You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, we are live. What's going on, Shortwave?
Not a whole lot. Excited to get some more Meshtastic coverage today.
What is that? Meshtastic?
Excited to get some more Meshtastic coverage today. I'm putting up a node in my tree outside so that I can get into the local mesh network.
Oh wow, that's awesome. How powerful is it?
It's just as powerful as the people who have it, which currently there are about 8,000 people worldwide who have it, and it's growing all the time.
How many people have it worldwide?
Over 8,000. We know of 8,000, but there are definitely more than that.
And then, so like, how effective is it? I guess it depends where you are, like who you're next to, or
yeah, it really depends on where you are. If you're in like New York or Atlanta or Chicago or Minneapolis, it's going to be very effective. If you're in the middle of like Oregon or Montana or something, it's probably not going to be that effective.
Cool. So like, how about me here in Queens?
Oh yeah, I'm assuming it would be very effective for you.
When we say very effective, like what would it be like compared to traditional internet?
I mean, it's not internet; it's text messaging. So it's more like you know, walkie-talkies, right? Like the ones you buy from the little blister packs from Walmart.
Sure.
Imagine those, but for text messaging.
Right. So it's just using the same shortwave technology.
Yes. Well, it's pretty close to the same frequency. It's like 915 megahertz, and those walkie-talkies are like 400 megahertz.
Okay. And then, so what are the use case? It's just text. It's just messaging.
It's messaging and GPS locations and like environmental monitoring. So like ambient temperature or lighting level, or hey, the front gate has opened, or things like that.
Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
So it's kind of like IoT and text messaging.
Yeah. No, I know we've spoken about it on the show before, and but yeah, I don't know really much about it. Interesting. So would you recommend that I go down the Meshtastic rabbit hole?
I think you should. I think it's a lot of fun.
You are called Shortwave, so you're a shortwave surfer.
And Meshtastic, while Meshtastic can't do Monero, I think that Monero could be done over what's called Reticulum, which uses roughly the same kind of hardware. So like if you buy hardware for Meshtastic, there's a good chance you can use it as a Reticulum device. And there may be a very good possibility of being able to do Monero over Reticulum.
That's very cool.
Because it can do 40 megabits per second over Reticulum, so I think it could handle Monero.
I often think about how we can get to the point where you could just do transactions peer-to-peer off-chain with no internet. Obviously, you know, you're then trusting the hardware, right? But
yeah, this definitely isn't that. This is kind of like I2P and Tor, but without using the actual TCP/IP internet stack with the Reticulum.
Awesome. Very cool. Very cool.
So you don't need to subscribe to an ISP and pay a monthly fee for it. You just pay for the device one time, and then you can access it.
All right. Well, we don't have too many guys. Like and share. Let me put the like and share. Let's get a bunch of people in here. I mean, Monero's, hovering around all-time highs. This should be a packed house right now. I don't know what's going on. What is going on with the Monero price right now? It hit 420 last night. All right, it's at 435.
It's doing all right.
There we go. The entire market's down. The only things that are up are privacy coins. Firo, Zcash, obviously. Monero. I think, let's see, is Zano up? Xano, yeah, Xano's at $16 right now. All the coins and things we talk about on the show are flying high right now. So I don't know if Monero people aren't happy now. I don't know when they will be. This is privacy season.
I say Monero's 315 because of the 6-month simple moving average. That's where I measure my net worth from.
Xano's sitting basically near its all-time highs. Yeah, man. Exciting times. Obviously, it'd be nicer if Monero was leading Zcash right now, but maybe that happens toward the tail end of this big pump. I don't know. It should. If nature heals, it will, but we shall see. I don't know if it's going to happen during this bull market, right? That may take some time, but who knows? Yeah, so we got a big show today. We got the Digilolnet. I can never pronounce their name. The Digilolnet, we'll bring them up. They're awesome. They've been on the show before. They've been at the Monerotopia. They're the ones that built the open source Monero ATM that they showcased at MoneroCon. So we'll bring them up. They're working on a bunch of other things. Monero Pay, which is basically like the BTC Pay server, but Monero based. Yeah, so we'll get them up. I guess I'll get them up right away because then we could do news after. I apologize for the loud baby in the background. We'll get them up, then we'll do price report, then we'll do news.
How dare you have a loud baby in the background? I thought you were a professional podcaster, sir.
I know. Sorry, guys. I juggle a lot of things, including babies.
Please don't juggle the baby. That's not healthy.
She's light enough to do it at this point. I mean, and she doesn't like getting thrown around. Let me see if I don't know. We have anything to shill? Obviously, Monerotopia. Let me bring that up.
I would say go ahead and get to the guest.
Let me shill it just real quick. Monerotopia.com. Guys, I was down there last week. Sunita and I and the baby actually went down there for a couple days. And we got a lot done. So we're full speed ahead on Monerotopia. We met with the venue. Obviously, we already know them very well. I'd say we're actually good friends now. It's very nice. It feels like family when we're at Monerotopia. So we met with them. We paid our bills. We got everything organized. We got the marketplace on board. It's going to be somebody else running the marketplace this year, but they appear to understand what we're up to. Now more than ever, right? Because some of the vendors that have participated in the past are at Monerotopia, at the Huerta Roma all the time. So it's like they know word has spread among the vendors. Like, oh, it's the Monerotopia people. They're coming back. So it's gonna be awesome. The only thing we need to do now to make sure it's like better than ever is to just have as many people show up as possible. People that actually care about this stuff, right? So if you're into privacy coins, you're into crypto, privacy tech, come to Monerotopia. You will not be disappointed. The focus is on opting out and actually using these tools. That's why we have the marketplace built into the conference. And yeah, anybody who's been there will tell you it's a fantastic time. It really is. You can email us, monerotopia@protonmail.com if you want to participate in any way. Otherwise, just buy a ticket, come on down. But please do, reach out if you want to do more than just attend. Any ideas you have, we're open to all types of ideas. We like to collaborate with as many people as possible. monerotopia@protonmail.com. All right, so without further ado, I will bring up the guest. If I can find the guest. Here we go. I'm going to play the guest segment, and we'll bring them up.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, what's going on, guys?
Hello, Douglas,
Hi.
and hello, Shortwave Surfer. Thanks for having us on the stream on a short notice, but we appreciate it regardless.
Yeah, no, we love having you guys on, and I'm trying to bring on now everybody that's participating in the conference. So from here on out, hopefully all the Monero talks and Monerotopia shows will be with people that will be presenting or doing workshops or sponsoring. So we want to bring you guys on because you're going to be participating in Monerotopia. You're going to be, like you did last year, you're going to be giving a talk as well. And maybe we'll be doing the Monero ATM stuff. I know that's kind of up in the air, but we could get into that. So thanks for coming on, guys. I mean, what's kind of first and foremost on your mind these days regarding Monero?
Actually, prior to the stream, we were not aware about the Monero price being this high, so that's some good news. We're
That's
pretty
a
happy.
pleasant surprise because we have lots of it.
I love it. You know, I had a guy on the show last night, and like the price was approaching 420, and he was like losing his shit. He was like, he spent the whole show watching the price, and it was a little awkward. I was like, all right, yeah, no, this is fun, but you know, like it's not really that big a deal. Like it's a different culture, I think, in Monero land, right? Obviously, we want the price to go up. We really do. I think Monero's price needs to go up just so it stays relevant. So it's an indication of growth. It will help feed the whole ecosystem. There'll be more liquidity, more money in the ecosystem. There'll be more funding out there for people to do projects. But yeah, it's not like, I don't know. I'm not one of these guys who just watches the price all day. You guys are definitely not that as well. So
Yeah.
In our minds, it's still 250.
you value Monero to it?
You and I think very similar.
That's interesting. I value it at like $1,000 in my mind, honestly. Like that's like the number I always have. So I'm just waiting for it to hit the fair value of 1,000, or at least a little over 1,000. But that doesn't mean I don't spend it now. I do spend it all the time, and I just make sure I have more coming in than going out. Right? It's just like dollars. Right? As long as I have more coming into my bank account than going out, that's all I care about in terms of Monero.
Yep, you want your Monero wallet to get fatter and fatter.
Right, but you want to spend it as you go, right? So the only way to really do that is to live off of it, right? So not only spend it, but you need Monero coming in as income, right? You need to be getting paid in Monero. You need to be working for Monero. How do you guys earn your Monero? I assume that's partially how you got some of it, right? Are you guys earning Monero?
Oh yeah, most of it came from our earnings. I think all of it came from our earnings, actually.
That's
Never
awesome.
bought Monero in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I've been mainly exchanging to get Monero, but within the next probably couple of months or whatever, I should be getting paid for a job in Monero. So.
Okay. You want to tell us what that is, or is it top secret?
That's top secret. That's need to know information, and you don't need to know.
Okay. All right.
We accept
All right.
Monero in our businesses. Digilolnet and RasterSec.
Okay. Why don't you tell everybody what that is?
So last stream we were on. We only had Digilolnet. Well, it's pronounced Digilolnet, right? Digilolnet. So you don't have difficulties next time.
It's just, it doesn't roll off the tongue for me. Digilolnet.
Yeah,
Mostly I say
Okay.
Digilolnet.
Doesn't matter.
I guess
What does it stand for?
Digi and then lol, loud
Oh
of
my God.
loud.
Then, wait.
Nice.
Okay.
It's not that deep.
Go tell us what Digilolnet.
What Digilolnet does? It's an agency of software developers and security engineers.
We exist for, I guess, 3 years now. We accept Monero, other cryptocurrencies as well, euros also, obviously. We do software development, system administration, managed hosting, also penetration testing. And so most of our customers are actually coming in for the penetration testing and cybersecurity services. But since we offer so many of these services, sometimes like most of our customers are also B2B. So like they are other businesses, and they get the idea that since we have such a large service catalog that, security is not our primary offering. So that is how RasterSec was born. through RasterSec, we offer more cybersecurity services, and it's more appealing to these like large enterprises. But in there, we also still accept Monero.
Awesome.
That's very fresh thing, RasterSec, right here.
Yeah, we got merged last week.
Did you guys? Have you guys ever posted you've posted your services on XMR Bazaar?
I think somebody posted for us, but it's not.
You should do like a business listing on there. Oh, somebody else did it for you? Okay.
I think so.
You should put it up.
Was it like Alina XMR, something like?
Leah? Yeah. Maybe she put it up.
Okay. I think so.
I actually, because I just saw on XMR Bazaar somebody had pen testing up there. So
we do that.
That's cool.
But he might be a bit more expensive.
What's that?
We might be a bit more expensive than usual.
You guys?
Yeah.
You guys are the real deal.
We used to get, we still get like Monero customers, but unfortunately now it's like we're a bit too expensive.
Some people avoid us.
Yeah.
In the B2C sector, they started avoiding us, but we get more B2B.
Okay. All right. So the people that are really willing to invest into that, right?
Unfortunately, security is like an afterthought for most businesses. Also, like if they are small, they don't need compliance like most Monero businesses.
So they can also pick someone cheaper.
So give me an example of like what one of your clients may be that's gonna like.
Oh, so it's RasterSec. The RasterSec is still legal, but our customer base, like in my client base, these are usually like medium-sized to large companies. We also do white label, but I cannot name these US-based pen test companies. So we do pen tests for their clients as well, but I'm under NDA. So, but our customers, like some include banks, US government contractors. Let's say like they have assets of tens of thousands of servers. I think the largest I've seen was around 500,000. So these companies have huge cybersecurity budgets and tooling everywhere. Like, let's say $500,000 they pay for a certain tooling I've seen. For them, we run their vulnerability management programs. We tune their tooling to adapt for like recent cybersecurity threats. We deal with coverage as well as risk and compliance. So we kind of went on like full corporate in a way.
Awesome. See, the CIA budget, the CIA black budget that they have in Monero, they pay these guys to pen test for them.
The seized money. Yeah.
Thomas and Jefferson tipped 0.0012345678 Last night you requested someone send an XMR chat. I sent one. You never showed it or read it. Was that very nice of you, sir? No, it was not. I have the honor to be your most humble and obedient servant. I apologize. Sometimes I miss them. I try not to. I didn't miss that one, though. Sorry, Thomas Jefferson. So, guys, how about in terms of Monero? What are you guys working on? Are you guys working on the Monero Pay stuff? What Monero-related things are you guys up to right now?
Yeah, I'm actually working on Monero Pay, and I'm working on it to also have something to present at Monerotopia and something new, some improvements. So it's one of the old requested features that I'm working on. So, for example, to have, like, we currently have a feature to create a wallet if it doesn't exist. So you install Monero Pay, it creates a wallet. It's a full wallet, that can also send and view transactions. So it's what I'm trying to do right now is to make it so you could create a wallet on startup. It prints out basically the seed and then keeps only the view wallet. So you can have like better security. Like you don't really need spend functionality, so you just make sure it creates you a view only wallet. You save the seed.
Some of the features we were planning and discussing with the Nodo guys, right?
Yeah, it's one of those features.
Yeah.
And also want to make a better example of how to use it. So basically, like, something a little bit simpler than our previous project, which was Metronero. So to basically showcase the merchant flow of MoneroPay, so they can grab the code samples and make their own integration very easily.
I haven't been keeping up with Monerotopia podcast. Have you guys interviewed Bank Exit community from France?
They've been on, yes. They
right.
jump on. They jump on every once in a while. I know they were working on like a Monero map, and then we were going to try to team up with them with XMR Bazaar and integrate their map.
They're apparently going strong with the French-speaking community. We've been in talks with them. Also, we're helping them build an ATM. They're buying the parts. They're building a case. They also built. They're still in the process of building, but they're building, I think, Android-based UI for the ATM. So we are just helping other people build ATMs. I don't know.
Yeah, let's build one for Monerotopia. Come on.
Yeah, we want to. Definitely.
So what is this one that you're building for them? Can we just duplicate it and like?
They're building themselves. It's open source project.
Oh, okay.
They're just helping a little bit.
Yeah,
so they're just using your software and they're building. They're doing the rest. Okay, but maybe we can learn from them and replicate it on our end. Like.
Oh yeah, definitely. They are going to be making a case. They joined our Monero ATM organization on GitHub, so their repo is also available in that same organization.
Awesome.
They will be open sourcing everything, which is really good. And they have French instructions. They're just growing this ATM community more.
And so what is their plan with the ATM? Like, what are they gonna? Is it kind of like what we were thinking at Monerotopia type? Like they want to make it a real functioning, like trustless peer-to-peer ATM, or what is this thing gonna end up being?
Honestly, did they ever tell us? Because I don't remember, because they are Europe-based and, the laws here are quite strict. It's not like Mexico, so I have no idea what they're planning to do.
Right, so I'm wondering, and it's going to function like you guys have proposed, right? Where it's just bringing together buyers and sellers, but there's no, obviously, central authority involved. You're just trading. Essentially, I see it as like a local Monero box, like a local Monero machine. Right?
Yeah,
I think
so.
And also promotional material. I mean, having an ATM is obviously a good promotional material.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it would be perfect at Puerto Roma in Mexico City, a huge city, 20 million people, and there's just this little oasis where, we have this marketplace that's open to using it. It just feels like the perfect place for a Monero ATM, because their biggest concern is when they accept Monero, how do they go, back into pesos if they want? And if we had this ATM there, that would kind of be their lifeline. And then I'm sure we'd have people around Mexico City that are like true Monero people that would then just be going to the ATM to buy the Monero off the vendors. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we would love to build an ATM there, but like our main issue is supply chain related. How do we get the equipment over? Because with what was it? Bawdyanarchist, the guy.
Body, yeah, he does price report. He'll be up on here soon. Yeah, he helped you guys last year try to find something, right?
Yes, we went to this, I guess, central markets. Like they had basically everything in regards to like PC hardware. Cashier machines, but I guess this like kiosk thing never really kicked off in Mexico. But in Europe, we have like abundance of these machines. Maybe they're for tickets, self-service. We even had like strange things like internet kiosks. Just you pay to use the internet onto the kiosk.
Basically, what we made in MoneroCon.
Yeah, we upcycled that machine, turned it into an ATM.
But I think for Monerotopia, the most approachable path would be to get something from AliExpress or Alibaba and import it to Mexico and just port the software on the hardware that already exists, because the schedule is pretty tight. And
but do you think even would we be able to get something up and running that way, or that would just be more
I think that way we would be able to get it working. Yeah. Ideally, it would be the best if we could get a machine over here and one there, so we can develop it locally and then also develop it there. But that also increases the expenses twice.
Yeah. Well, what if you got one there and just started working on it, and then we ship it to Mexico? I mean, how, you know, I don't know. Maybe it might not be that
Like
crazy.
logistic hell. You know, the machine is massive. It
That
was
shit's
very
massive.
difficult to get the machine to Portugal because we got rid of the one after MoneroCon.
Somebody bought it.
Yeah.
We
So
don't know what they're doing with it.
we had to
But
ship.
it should be running still.
We had to ship it from Prague to Portugal in some village. It was a hell.
The
How
guy
did
was in last Monerotopia. We saw him and he said, "Oh, the machine is running." Like, that's how I know it's running. We are not spying on him or anything.
Well, Prague to Portugal's not that bad. I mean, you throw it in a truck, in a van, and you drive it over. But getting it to Mexico, that's a whole nother adventure. Jägermaster Man tipped 0.002 XMR. Shout out to the legendary Jägermaster shots with you guys. You were doing Jägermeister with them?
An Irish pub, I think.
Oh my god.
That's funny. You guys got fans. You guys got fans.
They were customers of the machine, I remember.
Jägermeister is dangerous.
Yeah, I was so sick after that night.
I think that night delayed the launch of the ATM in Monero
Yeah.
You guys had a good time at Monerotopia, though, right?
Oh yeah.
That was yeah. That was definitely a good one.
That's why we're thrilled to go next year.
Yeah, it's coming up soon, February.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna
It will
come
be a
fast.
busy February for us. We have to visit Fosdem in Belgium, and then right after that, we have to fly to Mexico.
Awesome. Who are you visiting in Belgium?
Fosdem, it's like a biggest open source.
Fosdem.
program.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. So, I mean, so other than Monero Pay and obviously the Monero ATM thing, is there anything else Monero related that you guys are a part of, contributing to? Just
Irem can present her plans for the talk.
Actually, we have a project, but are we allowed to disclose it?
That one is still in early days. Sometime next talk maybe.
Okay. Well, there is something.
now you're piquing our interest. That's good marketing. That's good marketing.
We have a partner. That's all I can say. And yeah, it's in the development.
Okay. All right.
Right. I almost did like this vendor pitch to you guys. Sorry about that. But I was going to tie this to us, like cyberpunks and just people in the privacy community, these like Monero businesses, people who accept Monero, like regular employees, developers in this community, or just Monero companies that are looking to hire. We don't have such budgets like these large enterprises, but we kind of have like targets thrown on our backs because these months, there's lots of fraud and phishing and targeted attacks towards us. Like we observed in RasterSec, we observed in Digilolnet. These can be like spear phishing. For example, the things that happened to us is like we got this customer, which wasn't really a customer. He had a whole scenario going. He was like, I'm building a training platform. Can you guys help code? It will be about cryptocurrency education. I can pay in Monero. And then it was actually spear phishing. He tried to get us to download fake Zoom binaries, and these were just ratted. But we were in talks for some time. But like we did realize something was off. We did push him to tell us more information. This is just one of the cases. It was very dedicated. In these cases, like we worked with some governments, other threat intelligence to report these cases. We also had employment fraud.
Wait, so what was it? What were they trying to do? What was the?
So basically, we were targeted as a company because we openly say that we accept crypto, we accept Monero, and we offer like software development, whatever. So these guys came up to us and they said, we are building an education platform. We want you guys to program some parts of it, and we will pay you in Monero.
Right.
We were going to like hop on an initial call for like a consultation, planning. and they tried to get us to download fake Zoom binaries. We were like, we noticed.
So you think they were just trying to like steal crypto from you, or
Yes.
Okay.
So exactly how it worked was like,
Yeah.
they sent us an email through Calendly. You can send basically like book a meeting or something, right? Yeah, Calendly.
Okay.
And there was like a fake Zoom link. Like it was pretty dedicated. It was like zoom.us, something similar, like to legit Zoom. You click on it, right? It tells you need to download the client. The clients are obviously ratted. Like there's
remote access control. They try to get into our systems, steal
motherfuckers. They fuck with the wrong people on that one.
Yes. And
did you guys turn like try to like look back, like, get back at them?
Playing in them,
Yeah, they're playing them.
So how far did it go?
Identity of a popular cryptocurrency educator, podcaster. I forgot the name of the guy, but he's very big on LinkedIn. We reached out to him and said, somebody's using your identity. This happened to us. This was one of the cases. Something else happened. We took over their operation. They were using like Telegram. We compromised the whole thing. We got access into their stolen credentials feeds. We reported it to authorities. Kind of like to cover their operation.
Wow.
So my talk was going to be about like how to build your open source security operations center, since we don't have such a high budget, but we have open source tooling to the rescue. I was going to talk about like how to do vulnerability management, how to monitor your systems, how to detect intrusion. Like these aspects I wanted to cover.
Awesome. Big booty Latina tipped 0.01 XMR. You guys rock. I think merchant processing is super important. Yeah.
Without that, what's the point of currency, right? Like Monero.
Yeah, I mean, we there's a lot of work to do in Monero with regard to that, right? Where we made a lot of progress. I know every time I talk to you guys, I talked about BTC Pay Server as well. Like ask you guys to compare the two, Monero Pay to. But yeah, what is kind of your latest thoughts on BTC Pay Server versus what Monero Pay will do and be?
We don't like BTC Pay Server because it's difficult to maintain and it's bloated. Like I see no purpose for it to exist, to be fair.
Now, how do I get like so Monerotopia.com, for example? We use WordPress and then we're using WooCommerce. We were using the Monero Gateway. I don't even know if you know what that is. That was like the original plugin for WooCommerce that you could use. And then just recently, we finally got BTC Pay Server going on there. It was a bit of a process, but we have it up and running. How do we get to the point where I could, as a noob, as a Luddite, right? But a Monero user, how could I easily implement Monero Pay into WooCommerce?
Oh, as of now, it's not easy. I can say that much. It's more
right. Maybe that would be. Is that? I'm assuming is that on your to-do list?
It was as part of the Monero project, but right now it's on hold because we didn't get any funding for it, and it just went priority to the rock bottom. To be fair,
you tried to get funding where?
Initially. CCS, but we abandoned that. Like basically, that didn't go through. Then we were recommended to try the Magic Fund. That also didn't go through.
What the
because
fuck?
People didn't. They said the committee said that they don't need an open source solution.
What?
They were happy with the non-custodial.
They said like OxoPay. Literally, one of them said, I'm not going to vote for you because OxoPay exists.
And OxoPay is some SaaS solution out there. They own your.
What's OxoPay? Well, I don't even know what that is.
I don't want to shill it. It's proprietary SaaS. I don't know. He just said that.
But what does that do? How does that even get the job done? How does that help me accept Monero on WooCommerce?
You can accept it, but they own your money. Then you can cash it out.
What is it called? OxoPay? It's like an instant exchange. It's just like now payments, Exactly.
Yeah,
obviously, yeah. No, that That was the reason you didn't get the funding? No way. That's sad. What?
Oh man.
No.
Maybe upset.
Maybe because they thought there was that work going on with BTC Pay Server and implementing that, because I could see they're analogous, right?
Yes.
Maybe that was the reasoning. Which still, I don't think that's a good reason, because I think we should have our own version, Monero based, and more the better. More ways to potentially receive Monero, and then you guys can compete against, there'd be another competing thing to BTC Pay. Maybe it becomes better for Monero users.
We didn't ask for a lot, and I think
sucks.
committee at the time, not community, they didn't do their homework. Like, I don't believe they did any research on this. They are not merchants, and they're certainly not qualified to evaluate our project. I think that's what went wrong.
This is a problem. That's not good. That's not good.
Also,
if people like you guys are looking to do a project like that, that needs to get funded right away.
We need Alaska Anon on Magic Grants.
Yeah. Or I guess we need other things. Obviously we have Kuno, but actually I think you would get the funding on Kuno. How much funding were you looking for to do it? How much funding would you need to create something that works as seamlessly or even better than BTC Pay Server in terms of implementing it into WooCommerce? Me as a noob, I could just add it as a plugin, get it up and running.
I think we asked for
don't remember
15,000.
I really don't remember.
But it was like including MoneroPay, including Metronero, including I think add-ons as well for like WordPress plugins. I mean, WooCommerce to Celius, I think, as well.
I think that's a worthy thing to raise funds.
So like
for,
40 Monero. Roughly?
Yeah, 30, 40 Monero.
It didn't. I don't remember the Monero amount at the time. Like, I think that was now quite some time ago.
Well, consider posting it as a Kuno or anything. And if you do, I'll help you promote it here on the show. We can try to raise funds for it.
What do you think of using Kuno to raise the machine for the ATM for Mexico?
Yeah, we could do that. We get people to chip in, and then I'll chip in funds too from the conference. We could put a budget to it. I don't want to spend too much on it, but if it's really gonna, if we say, hey Doug, here's this machine, we found this machine over there, it's gonna cost this much to get it, and we know that it will actually turn into something and not just be like a thing that we kind of just turns into a science project, but it actually becomes a working thing. I'd find the money for it.
The pre-built machine in China costs roughly 5,000 euros plus minus.
Okay. The one that we'd have shipped from China. 5,000 euro. Oh, that's a new one. That's like a new machine.
Yeah, a full machine. Yeah.
Okay.
That does two ways. You can take in the money and can spit out the money. The one we had in MoneroCon, it was one way you could only put in cash.
There was the guy selling ATM machines on XMR Bazaar, like a whole bunch of that he had in that he was like trying to get out of the business. Supposedly, I don't know. And then I started DMing with him, talking with him. He seems legitimate. I didn't get any major red flags. And then I proposed the idea of just trying to buy one. He was looking for somebody to buy out his whole business for
Was it in USA?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be much more difficult than getting machine from China with the recent shenanigans?
No, I don't think so. No. I could freaking drive that thing down there at that point.
That could work. Yeah, that's a good idea. But how are the machines? Like, are they totally borked, or you think they're...
No, not borked. I don't think so at all. They're Bitcoin ATMs.
Oh yeah, we could work with that.
Maybe.
Two-way or one-way?
Again, I asked him. I was like, "What would be involved in adding Monero?" He's like, "I don't think much." He's like, "I think it's certainly possible." And then I don't think I told him the whole ATM thing, but I was like, would it be possible to just buy one? And he was a little apprehensive about that. So maybe I should push him on that.
Yeah.
Maybe that I don't know.
Yeah, two-way or one-way machine?
One-way machine.
No, it was a two-way machine, I think.
Two-way. That's perfect. Yeah. That would be perfect.
I'm curious about...
I sent you guys the link, I think. Let me see.
I'm curious if it's possible to program it to accept pesos.
I haven't seen the link.
Let me see.
Oh yeah.
At some point, I sent that to you.
Because if it only accepts USD, it's pretty useless in Mexico.
We can push him. Like we must ask him, do you have a reprogramming kit and program it for pesos? Then no problems.
Okay. Well, I'll see if I can find the guy if he's still around.
Because usually to reprogram it, you need to ask the vendor, because those programming kits, they're very difficult to get. Almost impossible usually, you know.
I'm trying to find it on XMR Bazaar. I'll look later.
Because the bill acceptor we brought last time, you know, it accepts euros, but we cannot reprogram it. Like, to reprogram it, we would have to basically ship it out to one of the vendors.
And the with regards to Monero Pay, are there things maybe you think we could do at the conference with Monero Pay to, like, for the vendors? Like, you know, trying to, I know MoneroCon had those little devices that they were trying to use that would basically allow people to just, you know, like little POS systems. Do you think that's something we might want to try to do? Or once again, I mean, obviously that's...
I'm not sure what they had. I wasn't at the conference last time.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay. So we got to talk to...
You're busy.
Yeah, because... yeah, I don't know. I guess we could talk to other people about that. I know they like... I don't know if they actually got it off the ground. Shortwave, you know what I'm talking about?
I've seen pictures. Yeah, I think they did use those. It was working for them.
Yeah, that would be cool to get going.
It's just do you guys really need that? Because
no, that's the thing. I don't really understand. Like, I get what they're supposed to be doing, but for like people use their smartphones. They use a wallet on the phone. I don't really know what problem it's solving at that point, unless like people want like paper receipts. But like, who the hell wants a paper receipt when you're buying something with Monero at a freaking in Mexico City? The whole point is, right? Like let me buy some marijuana, send you some Monero. I don't need the receipt. I don't need the receipt.
A paper receipt. I bought 1 ounce of marijuana, 2 grams of LSD. No,
it's not. Whoa. None of that's going on there, Shortwave.
It sucks. And
there are some medicinal mushrooms.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good stuff in Monerotopia.
Probably not needed in Mexico.
Take it to consumer protection. It didn't help with my asthma.
So yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. I don't really know what those POS those systems, like how that's really going to add a lot of usability. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I don't really see it. I agree with you. Right?
Doesn't US have requirements to provide receipts?
Yeah, I mean, if you're running a store and you're in a store, yeah, maybe that would. I guess to just prove concept at the marketplace would be cool if you could have one functioning. Yeah. You could have one like serious vendor using it, and then you're just showcasing proof of concept, and then obviously it would make more sense in like a, you know, brick and mortar setting. Somebody who's like accepting Monero every day, maybe it can make sense. I don't know.
Because if you don't have a way to like get receipts, Monero will be just used for shady activities only. You know. You want to use it for regular commerce, you have to follow the books to some extent.
No, it's not used for shady only. No.
It's used for Monero. It was very good cheese.
Yeah. Oh, you bought it on XMR Bazaar?
Oh no, I bought in Monerotopia.
In Monerotopia. Yeah, have you guys bought it? Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, you don't use XMR Bazaar for shady things. You use XMR to Bazaar to buy laundry detergent, which is what I did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's one of the annoying things that the Zcashers are doing with this pump is part of it is shitting on Monero and saying Monero is only used for criminal uses. And that's their brand. Like, what the fuck? And at the same time calling themselves cypherpunks. It's very, they're really walking a tight line with that one.
We do legal things. We protect companies from cyber attacks, and we got paid in Monero before, but nobody has paid us in Zcash. Maybe they're the shady ones.
Exactly. All my businesses are legal. I get paid in Monero all the time. I pay people in Monero all the time that are doing legal things.
Yeah.
So that will change. That that will change over time. But it's kind of a real kick in the face coming from the Zcashers who are at the same time really embracing the cypherpunkness of Zcash, but yet calling Monero a tool that's only used by criminals. It's like, yeah, hello, like it's like as you don't get any more hypocrisy than that, right?
Yeah, we don't really follow like. I guess all of this is happening over Twitter, right?
Yeah. You guys are. It's good. It's better. Turn it off. But yeah, anybody that's on Twitter right now that's in crypto, that's what they're saying. I mean, it's really being pumped out there.
Yeah, just what we observe is people paying Monero. No, I mean, nobody ever suggested or requested Zcash from us.
Well, good thing in Monero is you cannot really taint it, so it's very safe for businesses to accept it. I would be skeptical about accepting Zcash.
Yeah? What are your thoughts? Give us your thoughts.
I mean, you can taint it, right? So a tainted Zcash might put you as a business owner in trouble if you accept it.
Well, how would you taint a Monero Zcash? I mean, a Zcash. Obviously, the transparent ones, but the shielded. How would you taint the shielded
ones? I think most exchanges or like stuff like now payments, I don't think they even accept those.
Well, one thing that matters for us is like, I don't really know how Zcash works. I just know like there's the shielded one and the transparent. Like there are two options, right? How do we make sure that they send us the non-transparent one?
Whoa. There's transparent addresses and shielded addresses, so it's not like
we would provide them with a shielded address.
Yeah.
I think Litecoin has similar.
But then if you shield your Zcash, you can't use it on any kind of exchange or anything because they'll only take transparent addresses. They'll just if you send an exchange shielded Zcash, they'll just steal your money.
Well, then we should not be.
So it's useless, right? What's the point of it again?
Well, I think Gemini accepts shielded transactions, which sounds crazy, but I think they do. I'm gonna look that up. Or is it that you could send off the exchange to a shielded? I'm not sure. That might be it.
Everything's private or nothing's private.
Yeah, no, obviously I agree, right? You think it should be private by default, right? And then
no,
you
it
can
should be
opt
private
out.
only.
Private only. Well, yeah. I mean, Monero has view keys, so you want to get rid of view keys?
Yeah, but the second you send it out to someone else's wallet, that recipient, who doesn't have to disclose his view keys.
Right. My point is, it's private by default, but you can opt in to showing.
It's more like for accounting, It's not really anonymizing Monero or anything. It's just you want to show, your followers, for example, where donations are going or something like. That's what it exists for.
Yeah, I agree. Zorb Avenger. The real question is, why don't criminals use Zcash? LOL. Yeah, I don't
know. I would like to see who uses Zcash in the first place.
Slave blocker. What about a Miss Monerotopia? Okay. Sure, why not? All right, guys. Yeah, very excited to have you guys down in Mexico City. We'll continue to talk about the ATM thing. Like I said, I'm down to throw a budget at it if we could find something. 5,000, that's a little high. I don't know. I'd say 3,000 is like the budget I would give it for the whole project.
To throw in a Kumo, maybe more people would chip in.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do a Kuno, and we could, if you guys want to do the Kuno, and then we'll participate. But yeah, obviously, I guess have real numbers based on things you've actually found, and yeah, I think that would be a worthy Kuno. I mean, listen, if we could walk away from Monerotopia in February and leave behind a Monero ATM that's functioning as like a local Monero box, That's
someone will need to maintain it. Who's interested in doing that?
Yeah.
That would be part of the project, right? So I mean, we'll have locals involved at the conference. There are some there are people that are into Monero that live in Mexico City. You know, I've met them. They come to Monerotopia. We have some good, you know, there's a couple of people down there. Maybe
you could
one
either
of those.
you could either teach one of them to maintain it, or you could have maybe Bawdy could do it. Like maybe Bawdy could drive up there like once every 2 months or something.
Yeah, I don't want to volunteer him, but yeah, people like Bawdy.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean.
There's other people as well. There's there's some locals right in Mexico City that I know that are Monero people, and then there's the local like vendors that are getting into Monero, but obviously that might be, you know, they might not like be technical enough. I don't know if you guys remember, there was that one vendor there who's like had his little barbecue going and he's cooking up, and he's also selling like tequila and stuff, and he has Monero. He's been accepting Monero now since the first Monerotopia we did there. And when we showed up last week, he was there accepting Monero, because he's there not just for Monerotopia but on other weekends he comes. Him and the stall next to them were both accepting Monero, and then 2 other people within the bazaar I also found that were accepting Monero. So that's pretty exciting. That like, and so when I bought stuff up from them too, like their wallet was already like loaded and synced. It wasn't like, oh, I haven't opened this up in forever. So it's
for him,
starting to get.
Because you guys like help some of these merchants who want to like exchange to pesos. Do you guys do that for him, for example?
No.
Oh, he spends it then, or just keeps it?
He keeps it. He lost a bunch of it from the first conference, because he like lost his private key. But now that he's, you know, he's like Monero pilled. He like likes to receive it and keep it, and he sees, you know, he understands the value in it. And then I think maybe he has he uses maybe the gift cards or stuff, maybe if he needs, I think. But,
yeah, and there would also be good for the project. Like, you know, we didn't have like such large scale pilot program, I would say, like how people are using it, how much maintenance does it in practice. It really requires some, you know, maybe security measures. It will be good information for the project as well, so we can know what to improve.
I'm sorry, what is the thought? I missed
if you were to put it in the venue and keep it running after the conference, it will be valuable information for us.
Research project.
Yeah, like.
Oh yeah. It could also be, you know, and then here's the thought actually. I mean, you know, I don't think we necessarily need to even raise money for it. It could be sponsored, right? We could get this thing sponsored. Cake Wallet, XMR Bazaar, like you know, there could be sponsors, and you just see an ad on the thing, or just the way the thing is designed.
Oh, that would be neat to have like a splash page with like the cake sponsored by Cake Wallet. Tap here to start Monero.
Yeah, since it's not a self-funding thing, right? There is no income, right?
You could set a fee, so you collect the profits in Monero.
But I think we'd want to avoid that for legal reasons, right? So just make it. It's really just it's just a public utility that facilitates peer-to-peer Monero to pesos trades, right? It's just a box that can lock and hold pesos in it, release those, right? And then we maintain it by getting it sponsored. So there's no finger pointing that's saying it's run by some company that's collecting fees off of it. I think it just puts you in a better legal position.
We actually had the idea to put like, you know, ads on the software to basically sponsor the software development, to cover the costs of the software maintenance. As for the machine sponsorship, maybe like custom wrap around the machine, custom stickers all around it. You know,
yeah, something like that. And like, you know, we could have flyers, like informational Monero 101 flyers, and then also like a flyer that relates to the sponsors, right? Which would be people that, if you're going to start using Monero, you're going to want to know that you go to XMR Bazaar. You're going to want to know about Cake Wallet, all right? So
Spice clean is also possible.
Yeah. All right. Well,
the like sponsor when machine is inactive, it can like display on the screen.
Yeah, that's to cover the software.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we can put
Right. You could just play stuff on the screen too, right?
Yeah.
Playing stuff on the screen would be good because then we could change the sponsors. That would be pretty wild.
That was our secret idea, how to make money from the software,
Okay. Well, I mean, that could just fund that can fund the machine, fund the maintenance of the machine. Because we could put some money towards who's maintaining it. It could, yeah. We could talk more about that offline because I think that's starting to galvanize, make more sense. The other thing too is I was thinking like if this ATM thing wasn't gonna, if it's not gonna work, if we're not gonna get off the ground, that vendor that's there, and he's there all the time. And I was talking to him when I was down there. Caesar is his name. I was thinking maybe like making him a human Monero stand, right? He's there, so it just becomes known that he's the Monero guy. And then if other vendors want to get rid of their Monero, they always know that they could go sell it to Caesar because he accepts Monero and he accepts pesos and he's always willing to buy people's Monero. And then I could always be kind of, the back end to that. If Caesar has Monero that he wants to get rid of, I'll happily buy Monero off of him every now and then out of a need because I want to purchase more Monero. So also peer-to-peer. And just kind of make him a living local Monero person that's there, right? And he could just be the Monero 101 stand as well, right? That's at Huerta Roma. So when people come to Huerta Roma, we could give him some, decorate his stand a little bit. People know we'll have the Monero 101 flyer. Same thing like right? I think that's a good potential solution to get things going.
I have a question about Kumo. Maybe you'll know better. When people donate, do we see their handle or username who donated?
No, not
they
unless
keep it.
Not unless they choose to. They can choose to leave a comment if they put their TX ID and a comment and submit it, but otherwise, no.
Because I'm thinking maybe it would be a great idea to put a Kumo for hardware, sponsorship. Then whoever donates it, we put either their Twitter handle on the machine, wrap it or put stickers. So basically, the machine is advertising them.
Yeah. That could be cool.
For example, if Cake guys want to sponsor it, they chip in
just donate
Kumo,
more.
They leave their TXID, they leave what they want to put on it. We put sticker on the side of it, big sticker.
Yeah, we can make it a threshold. You have to donate, whatever. You donate at least 5 Monero or something, right, or whatever it is.
Yeah. This would be the most flexible way, I think.
That's probably
you can put more than one machine.
Right.
And I think each machine would cost something like somewhere between 16 and 20 Monero.
Okay.
Depends how volatile it is.
Well, let's get one off the ground. Haveno, but an app tipped 0.025 XMR. If the 3000 ATM hackathon was to alpha test the Haveno Dex phone app on GitHub, you could turn any smartphone into a walking Monero ATM or Cueva. I have a feeling who this is. Yeah, I mean, that's an idea too. We can make that, I mean, we could do both, right? That's a different project. That's trying to get the Haveno Dex. I don't know. Are you guys following that? The app that's being built for Haveno?
No. Well, we have an idea what Haveno is, but no, not the app. I was like, well, maybe it's not I don't know. What if we could connect ATM machines to Haveno or something?
Just first get everything to work.
Yeah.
Actually, that might
makes
possible because Haveno does have an API. The software itself does have a daemon and an API, so that might be at least somewhat possible.
I mean, I was imagining too one day, built into XMR Bazaar would be, you could see where these ATM machines are. And then that could also be the app that you essentially use to basically interact with the ATM, right? Because people, right? It would be good if people are notified when there's cash in the machine, right? So they know that they can go sell their Monero, right? So I was thinking that could work even through XMR Bazaar.
Yeah. So if we get one working in Mexico and we build like more ones, place them around Mexico, with the usage data, it would help us to like kickstart the unbanked project, so we can, do this dynamic pricing. We observe behavior like arbitrage, make sure that machines can't be cheated, but still like there's incentive to run them. We could build this like I don't know, what did John recommend? Like some sort of mesh network, but I think that there's no need for that, but we need to put more research. Some sort of like a backend service where these machines connect and report their buy and sell rates, like that could be integrated into XMR Bazaar as well.
That's why also we want to put ads on the machine so we can get money to cover these development expenses. And want to keep the hardware funding, sponsoring the hardware. The hardware has like the stickers or whatever.
Everything is open source, so
yeah. I'm like imagining it. I was thinking about this for quite some time, because I was thinking, because if you had in XMR Bazaar, essentially, if there was functionality, obviously seeing where the ATMs are on the map, that's one thing. But like I said, knowing that you could not only do that, but you can look at the ATM and you'll see that there's pesos in it to be retrieved, right? Because that's or it'll notify people that it like needs pesos in it, right? So people know it's like a hot machine. Like, all right, time to go. I could go, right? Because that you really need that component to keep for this thing to work, because it's not always going to be liquid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we want the operator to like also set rates. Maybe if they're gonna configure some fees, we want the machines to report like how much money they have, how much money or whatever cash, their capacity, and also like their rates.
For the far future, we want to have sort of dynamic price algorithm where based on the capacity it's different.
Yes,
and maybe operator could get notification. For example, the machine is full of cash, to take out the cash, replenish the Monero, and he actually takes the good profit from this dynamic price algorithm.
Yeah, the way I see it is the cash person is the one that's driving the trade, right? So basically they would show up with the if it's an empty machine, they show up with the cash. Monero's at $400 or whatever it is. They would put cash, $400 in the machine, knowing that they would get paid, one Monero. Let's say one Monero is worth $400 at that time, right? That would be the rate on the machine, right? It would show. So they'd put $400 in, but they wouldn't get the one Monero right away, right? It wouldn't be until somebody comes and spends the Monero for the cash. So at the point of being the cash depositor, you're kind of buying the Monero at that point, and you're taking, that, because otherwise I don't see how it would work. Does that make sense?
It's a bit complex.
That is one of the models like we explored, but another one is like we facilitate the instant trade. So it's not like, I don't know, it can still be considered like a local peer-to-peer machine, but like we are trying to solve the problem of cash box maintenance. So it's like if you put a 50 euro bill instead of 5 10 euro bills, the 50 euro bill occupies less space in the cash box, so it's like less maintenance for the operator. So we want to offer a more feasible rate in this case. But two problems we're trying to solve. One of that is this, and the other one, we want the profits to be made in cash so we can cut out the banks from this ecosystem.
Exchange.
Well, wait, what are you saying? What do you mean the profits?
The operator doesn't have to cash out the Monero, like the profits are made in cash. It's more favorable.
If you're running, but that's what I'm saying. Now you have an operator. They're making it. That's. I think you're going to run into problems, or you're just a regular ATM at that point. Now you just have to get licensed and whatnot. It's like you haven't, right?
Up to the operator, right?
Yeah, I think there's two different things here. There's the operator method where you have to get licensed and all this thing, and what Doug is talking about is a fully peer-to-peer machine.
Yes.
Where you walk up, you deposit whatever cash you want, and then the next time somebody comes up and takes some of that cash, you get the Monero that they send.
Exactly.
It's kind of impossible to cut out the operator because you buy the machine. Someone has to buy the machine first of all. The machine initial balance is 0 XMR, 0 fiat.
Mm-hmm.
You need operator. You cannot start operating without an operator doing something to it.
No, I would show up with cash as a customer and say, all right, I'm buying $400 worth of Monero, and I'll sit and wait for my Monero to get sent from when
but the initial state after you bought the machine is 0 XMR in the machine, 0 fiat. You cannot buy Monero, you cannot buy fiat. You need operator regardless.
You have the machine. The machine is sponsored by XMR Bazaar. It's sponsored by Cake Wallet. That's going to cover the cost of the machine, the cost of the development, and maintenance, right? And now the machine is what's that?
What about the initial balance of the machine? Because machine
so the balance is at 0-0, but I'm proposing an idea where somebody shows up with a customer, not the owner of the machine, a customer shows up with cash, and they go to buy Monero. There's no Monero there. They're just putting cash into the machine. Right?
Yeah.
But then people on XMR Bazaar are getting notified there's now cash in the machine. You can go buy that cash with Monero. It's at that moment when the Monero gets sent to the seller of the cash. When they deposit the cash, they don't get paid. It becomes a local. It becomes a box for facilitating local Monero trades that just temporarily holds cash until buyers come and buy the cash with Monero.
Yeah, that's one of the paths we can explore.
In this case,
I think it's pretty brilliant thing. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure in the eyes of it's even that, right? There's they'll argue, but at that point, it seems pretty, I don't know, peer to peer.
Yeah, that is. But do you think the ad revenue would be enough incentive for an operator in that case?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we gotta, I mean, it's the cost of the machine, right? And then the maintenance. I mean, maybe there is a way the maintenance can be paid, like the maintainers can get paid. I don't know how you'd make that peer to peer.
You cannot.
Yeah, that's the main point.
Well, I mean, they would just get paid from the sponsorship fees, but yeah, I think it could be enough. I don't know. We got to look at the numbers.
Depending on continuous sponsors, and some companies maybe
right. So if you have like a screen, if you have a screen on it that can change all the time, like sponsored by Cake, right? And then it could be updated. You could add sponsors, so that could keep it fresh, right? And they pay so much per month, right? I don't know, but I mean, I don't see. Yeah, I would think it'd be possible, right? Because it's a lot of fixed price. It's a lot of fixed costs, right? Which is just the machine itself.
Yeah.
Right. Once it's plugged in and it's working, there's really not what is the maintenance per? It's kind of self-sufficient at that point. You just need somebody to show up, make sure it's still plugged in, make sure the internet's still connected. If you guys issue some software update, they have to make sure the thing is up to date.
Cleaning the acceptor.
What's that? You don't need to clean it often. If somebody pours down hot coffee down the bill acceptor, it's still going to work. These things are extremely resilient.
Yeah. Yeah. So what would the maintenance person be doing? Mostly, it would be just making sure the internet's working and the thing is plugged in, right?
Right, but another issue in that peer-to-peer setup is, let's say the cash box is full, and nobody wants to sell their Monero and buy cash, then this machine is just stuck.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, then the experiment doesn't work, right? Then It's just show. I mean, because it would just get to a price where somebody would be willing to spend Monero for that cash, right? Wouldn't it, right?
Well, if you had the dynamic like prices, then sure, but like people are making the offers. Like if nobody fulfills this peer-to-peer offer, then this machine will be stuck.
No, I think the price does have to, so we have to figure out, like when somebody puts the cash in at that time. I don't know how much Monero they're then, are they locking in the price at that time, or is that, no, I don't think so.
We could make them change their rate later on if they wish, if nobody is like fulfilling their order. Maybe.
If no one is fulfilling their order, you give the money back. If he doesn't come back within a month to take it back, we put it into cash box and you keep the money.
I think it's like you're buying the Monero at that point at whatever price it is then, right? I don't know. This needs more thought.
Yeah.
Let me bring Bawdy up though, so we could I could talk to you guys for hours, obviously, and we can continue to talk in Signal or whatever in that group chat we have. Figure this out, but it feels more galvanized than ever. I think there's something there. Let me actually bring Bawdy up real quick. Bawdy, I hope you're ready. I'll just bring him up on stage and then we'll run the price report. But maybe he's got some insight into this. Bawdy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
What?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great.
Yeah, we could do price report, but I want to see if you had any thoughts on these concepts.
No, I mean, I think you guys have really live on air thought out a lot of the problems. I honestly kind of think these problems are, I wouldn't call them insurmountable, but they are significant challenges, and I think it's going to be pretty hard to implement this.
Okay.
It's kind of the same conclusion as, well, I mean, obviously, you've got kind of the legal issue going on, right? There's the question of, well, now you're in custody of funds, and okay, you've got a multi-sig Monero address, but you are technically in custody of some cash, and if you aren't in custody, then the machine is, and you're in control of the machine. Plus the maintenance thing, like Mexico City isn't just a hop, skip, and a jump away from me. It's like, would you be like, hey, yeah, I'm going to drive once a month from San Francisco to San Diego to maintain an ATM?
Dude, I'm not suggesting that. The shortwave said that, not me. I didn't say that.
Shakes fist at shortwave. No, I'm just
and I did not say once a month. I said once every 2 months, and I was just using you as an example, sir, because I know you live in that area.
Yes.
You live in that country, at least.
I don't know. Maybe it is a non-starter though. Maybe the fact that the machine holds cash just, God damn it.
I mean, if it could be done quickly and cheaply, it would be a cool thing to just like set up for Monerotopia and have it be a point of, transactions. But I'm not confident that leaving it there for the entire year is all that viable.
We'd really be testing.
Unless you find people in Mexico that can deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could find someone local that has like a technical mind and an orientation, any inclination to do it, then maybe it is achievable. But otherwise, I would think more like focus on a quick and dirty solution that would work for the conference as opposed to like a permanent solution. And then maybe that can grow, right? If you have something basic, maybe you find someone, maybe it inspires somebody to help out.
Right. Yeah, if you get a prototype working at the conference and vendors are actually trading with that, and then we could figure out if it can grow from there. All right. Thank you guys so much for jumping on. This is great. I enjoyed the conversation. And yeah, excited to see you guys down in Mexico City. It's going to come fast.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Can't wait for Monerotopia.
All right, guys. We will be in touch. Let me go ahead and play the price report. Obviously, hold on. Yelling baby.
Monero at 500?
Yeah, she's getting excited. Stick around if you can. If you can't, no worries, understood. But if you can, stick around, and we'll have the viewers on stage in about 2 hours from now. All right. So without further ado, let me bring up the price report. Here we go.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by L0la, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolist.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolist.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
It occurs to me that we have some XMR chats to be read.
Oh, okay, okay. What did we miss here? Oh, we got the Haveno button app. What was this one? Ethereum tipped 0.001 XMR. The ATM should function like Uniswap, only with physical cash and XMR. As a user, you can swap from one currency to the other or provide both currencies to be liquidity provider. Only with physical cash and XMR. I don't know. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean that's what Uniswap is, right?
Yeah.
It's an exchange for two different pairs of assets.
Okay. Kamaduro tipped 0.0005 XMR. Love you guys, but please remember, people tune into this channel for community updates, news, price, and entertainment. You can leave the workshopping with developer. No, sorry, dude. Totally disagree. Or you don't have to watch the show then. Sorry. I'm sorry.
These things need to be thought out and talked out.
Yeah, I mean that is the point of it being a community show, right? Like we just had productive conversation. So you want us to just talk about the price instead? I mean, I don't know.
The other thing you have to realize too is that it can be hard to coalesce people to get work done. And okay, like I know it could be boring, some of the back end stuff, but it can be difficult for people across the globe to get time to discuss these things. So like, this is as good a place as any, like.
Yeah, that's what
we
that's
could
what
keep it flashy,
is.
but we're not here for only Gen Z, right? We got to get the boomers involved.
Yeah, if you want charts and Moonboy, go watch a Bitcoin show. That's not what we're here for.
Yeah. Mr. Wonderland tip 0.01 XMR. I was on a BTC meetup the other day, and one guy was talking about the BTC gold chart and how it's the better way to track BTC's price and performance. Buddy, could you please take a look at the BTC Gold and the XMR Gold chart? Thank you.
Absolutely. We will take a look at that. It's not necessarily better. That's the thing about comparing two different assets. Sometimes it's better. What's good for, if you're a trader and you're looking for signal, you want to find a chart that communicates a signal to you, right? So if the BTC Gold chart is communicating a big signal to you, then maybe it's more useful than comparing it to the dollar. The reason that people operate in dollars is because, for example, gold just had this big run. Gold just did a 2x in like 6 months. So yes, the dollar steadily loses value over time, but it slowly loses value over time. I shouldn't say predictably, but more or less predictably. And the dollar has a more stable value than any other of the assets, almost usually, right? With caveats, but most of the time, 90% of the time, the dollar is more stable and more predictable than the other assets out there, which is why you compare against that. And it's kind of like Gresham's law, like bad money drives out good. Maybe better stated, people spend the money that they believe in less first. So that's why we sort of compare everything to dollars. I know that you in Shortwave, want to bonk me on the head, or maybe lash me across the wrist for saying such things, but that's just the reality as far as I see it. So. But yes, we will still look at those relative prices. All right, I guess we might as well get into it. Unless Doug or Shortwave, you got anything for me? If not, por favor, please maximize my charts, and then we'll go into it. Okay, so here we are looking at the dollar, Monero versus the dollar, and we are looking great, guys. This is beautiful price action. Things still looking really nice here. I do have some slight suspicions about how much of this pump might be hype related. I guess that's fine, right? There's no, all assets that change the world are going to have some hype associated with them. So there's, in some ways we should embrace it. We just, again, we have to be on guard for becoming the laser-eyed moon boys that cause so many problems for the philosophic purity of the Bitcoin community. if you guys remember that. Okay, so but yeah, we've got a nice chart pattern here. This thing actually took off faster than I would have even expected when we were talking last week. So we were here last week, and I was saying, yeah, the next move that we want to see is to this purple band, and we want to do some consolidation, and we want to have responsible. Please price responsibly. And we kind of basically did that. Like, okay, we had a little bit of a degen pump. Maybe this had something to do with there was an interview that happened with one of the big soul guys, 300,000 followers, and they seemed to enjoy it. So maybe some of his followers heard about that, right? Maybe they were watching and maybe they got in. I don't know. Maybe it was just all of you degens out there deciding that now is the time to buy Monero. I don't know, but we smashed up. We came down. Some people were like, but suppression, my price suppression. But it seemed a little bit too fast there. I don't know. I'm not freaking Gandalf here. I can't look into the crystal ball of markets and tell you exactly what the reason for everything is. But at any rate, I do like the fact that we pulled back and then set a higher low and then continued, right? And then now we're up here. I love this. This is good price action. This makes me feel warm and fuzzy. And I'm not saying it's going to happen immediately, but the next stop here, guys, is the 500 to 530 area that we're looking to find new all-time highs here. Doesn't have to be next week, doesn't even have to be next month necessarily, but things are looking pretty good here for the Monero versus US dollar price. Might as well go talk about Monero versus gold so I don't forget about it. I am naturally forgetful in a lot of stuff, in a lot of cases. Also, we have another super chat. So there's a super chat, and also, Doug, if you could maximize my charts. I don't know if you're indisposed right now, taking care of the family, but if you could, please maximize my charts so that the viewers can see it. All right, we have the super chat. Gold tipped 0.0005. I guess that's 0.5 millionaires. He says, if you look at the SPX in terms of gold over the last 80 years, you can see what's actually going on with the stock market. The US dollar used to be fairly stable, but don't fall into the trap of thinking the US dollar is always going to be relatively stable. Yes, that's actually a pretty dense comment there. Let me read it one more time to make sure that I'm going to catch everything. We'll probably come back to this when we get to the stock market. Yes, the stock market is crushing it. Like if you look at the SPX in terms of gold, the stock market is crushing gold. And it kind of makes sense in some ways. I don't want to get all Warren Buffett on you guys and talk about that shiny rock, but the US dollar is still fairly stable. Like I'm not saying that it always will be, right? Empires rise and fall, but for the moment, the US dollar still looks fairly stable. There is some weird shit going on in the country. But for the meantime, it's still pretty stable. All right, so XMR versus gold here. This is also a decent chart. It's not as beautifully wonderful as the US dollar chart. I would still expect that this chart needs some consolidation before it can truly smash breakout. But it is like on the long time frame here. So we're talking about 2021, the bull market. Long period of consolidation, and you can see this is one reason I like Wave Magic. This is a relatively stable chart, and you can see that those Wave Magic levels down there at the bottom, at the ratio of 48, those held really nicely. And now we are challenging, right? We've once challenged the upper standard deviation. It looks like we're going to try and challenge that again. Especially since I think gold probably does have a little bit more consolidation time. We talked about this next year, right? If we're looking for new highs in gold, it'll probably be next year before it happens, which gives Monero the opportunity to come up here and maybe flirt a little bit higher. So in terms of percentage movements, that would be about 20 to, we'll just say 35% higher on the ratio gold to XMR to gold. So this is beginning to look like the beginning of optimism for Monero to actually go on a new bull market versus gold. We're not quite there yet. These blue lines can be a stopping force. Maybe it has to do some consolidation here, but ultimately what we want to see is the perfect scenario here would be break these blue lines, pull back, set them as a floor, and then smash higher, right? Like that's typically the kind of action we'd want to see there. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know, right? But that would be like our ideal case. So this chart is on the side of bullishness for Monero. So this is actually, it's good. You want to often do this where you look at different assets because this is giving us the slight signal of gold outperforming Monero. It's not a huge signal, but it is a slight signal, right? And we'll sort of file that in our brain, and we'll sort of keep that as we're trying to paint a picture of what's happening with the rest of the market. So Monero dominance doing quite well, just crazy smashing higher. The rest of crypto is having problems, except for obviously Zcash. But yeah, so Monero dominance currently sitting at 0.2468% of the entire crypto market. That's the highest we've been in, how many years would that be? 2 years. Yeah, that's the highest we've been in 2 years. So we are finally recovering back to the Binance delisting era days. So can't keep us down. The only thing that I would look at this chart, obviously, you guys know what I'm going to say by now. These upper blue bands are likely going to be a zone of resistance, right? Monero's price has the Monero dominance has made significant moves. It's just, it's smashed through these blue lines. It's breaking all my models. You see all these lines there, like they start to mean nothing. But I'm telling you, this spot right here is going to be something that is going to matter. Doesn't mean that it's going to be exactly the capping spot at 0.26%, or 0.27%. It's possible if things really have momentum, Monero could just break those lines for a moment and then come back down. But I'm telling you, these lines will get visited at least once, if not twice. So I'm not telling you to sell your Monero. I'm not telling you to take a trade there, but I'm just saying, right? I'm just trying to present you the information as it exists. And yes, these are tea leaves, okay, right? Sure, but they're amazing tea leaves and they work. I don't know why they work so damn good, but they do. Okay, Monero versus Bitcoin also doing quite good. Looks like we are now at the 0.04 level, so we still have quite a ways to get back to the glory days of the bear market, where we actually made 0.1% of Bitcoin's market cap at the very bottom of the bear market, but top of the ratio. Maybe not quite top, but local top of the ratio. So yeah, I mean, Monero is now like definitely smashed out of this lower area. Things are looking good in terms of the ratio. I don't necessarily think this has to stop immediately. Probably some consolidation somewhere has to happen, but kind of seems like we're entering that parabolic phase, that mania phase. And here's another thing, guys. It's kind of weird to me. Like the cabal has to know that pushing Zcash at the level that they're pushing it is gonna cause spillover into Monero, right? Like it's like, are they just blind, or like, are they okay with it? Are they trying to like earn back some karma points after being absolute scumbags for the past 5 years? I don't know, but they have to know that there's gonna be spillover. So and that's probably kind of what's happening here, because there are a lot of like organic soul degens out there, right? Like the thread guy, right? The thread guy, not thread guy. He seemed like a genuine warm Gen Z bro. He did not seem to me like someone that was. He doesn't seem like someone that's like some shill that got placed. That's like in collaboration with the cabal, stuff like that, right? So there are organic people out there, and they are going to get interested in Monero, right? They are going to end up doing a pivot. Their meme coins are not working out this bull market, so they're looking for the next thing, right? So the next thing is privacy, and Monero has a solid narrative, right? These guys are all about narrative, and Monero has solid fundamentals. So we're going to get that spillover. So the question is, are they going to come for the gains and stay for the freedom? I don't know. I hope that they do, right? That's the kind of thing that we would hope to inspire. All right, so yeah, things looking good for Monero here. I'm not making any predictions about what's going to happen this week. I honestly don't have a whole lot of bearings for what the next move would be here. My hope would kind of be a little bit of consolidation with positive, with positive movements, gentle positive movements. I would like to stay here, consolidate, and then make another big move towards the upside. Again, resistances that you don't respect on the way up are not respected on the way down. Parabolic curves on the way up tend to be parabolic on the way down, right? So we want nice, good price action in general. Okay, let's look at the privacy coins, the other so-called alleged privacy coins, starting with Zcash. Currently, Zcash sitting at $650, which is why I tell you guys, do not short this shit, right? Unless you really know what you're doing. Again, like I said last week, unless you are a fucking market genius and or you have algorithmic tools and like analysis tools that go beyond, my RSI and like the normie shit, my exponential weighted moving average, the 23.5 is the golden one, right? Like, unless you really know what the fuck you're doing, don't short this. Okay, you're just going to lose your money. You're just going to hand Zcash guys more money for them to pump their coin more. So the action this week is a perfect example of that. If you had something like the Wave Magic and you could say, hey, here's a spot that I wouldn't get short. I would not short this, right? With my Wave Magic, that is a spot that would say, hey, you could short here, but I still wouldn't do it because I understand that bullish action into these purple bands can often crush your purple bands, right? So they often work, but you often get crushed. So the point is that this week was a great example of why you wouldn't short this, because let's suppose, I don't know, somewhere in this week you said, hey, I'm going to short Zcash. This is it. It's over, right? Pack it in, boys. Your pump is done. No more pump fun for you. And then it crushes your short to the tune of 65% to the upside. If you have even 1.5 leverage, you're getting wiped out, right? You're done. So the Zcash came back to its all-time high at 737, 740, looks like. So yeah, don't short this thing, because for all we know, the next move is up. This thing certainly looks like it could easily go to 1,000, right? I'm not telling you to get long to 1,000. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. All right, on we go. Zcash is, we're getting some spillover, so I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't hate too much, but we still got to call out the fundamental realities. Cubic is, done. They're going to make a comeback here. They'll have some pump towards the upside at some point, but I don't even know if we should even look at this chart anymore. Maybe we'll just do it just for funsies, just to point and laugh and ridicule. One thing that I didn't do, so we're on the 4 hour here. We were looking at this on the daily for the past couple weeks, and I kept saying, hey, we're going to revisit the underside of the orange bands. Bro, we already visited the underside of these orange bands right there. So, and then you almost did it right there, but not really. So yeah, your opportunity, if this thing comes back to the orange bands, you wouldn't short this at this point anymore, because you already touched it there. So it could, I don't know, come back, and maybe, I don't know, if the whole crypto market decides to come back, I would like to see Cubic pivot into Doge like they said they would. I want to see them go attack the fucking, go selfish mine on Doge. Like, that would be fun. Wouldn't that be fun for everybody? Especially Doge and Litecoin. Maybe it's not as viable because I don't know how many, the ASICs are pretty centralized, right? They still could only convince 1/3 of the Monero hash rate. They could only bribe 1/3 of the Monero hash rate. Even at a 2x premium, you still couldn't get the other 2/3 of the Monero hash rate to go participate in your Cubic attack. So I don't know. I would like to see Doge and Litecoin tested. That would be a nice testament to say that the proof of ASICs miners are not going to, that they're not for sale, right? That would be that. Maybe that would end up strengthening the case for proof of ASICs, because I'm not going to call it proof of work anymore. It is technically work, but it's also like, well, you guys have heard me say that before. All right, Xano also looking pretty good here. It looks like they want to try and make some new all-time highs, maybe. Sitting here 16.26. Yeah, their all-time high was 17.5. So they're looking pretty good. I mean, they're getting the spillover, right, of the privacy coins. I don't know why Tari. I don't know why Tari is not following along, but maybe, I guess, Rick, you got to pay off the fucking cabal, bro. I mean, I don't know if this is news to you, but I don't think that Paris Hilton is like, I don't think she owns any exchanges. So you're gonna have to go talk to CZ or probably the new handlers, maybe MEXC. Just kidding, bro. Still, again, guys, get yourself some Tari. Just sit here and do nothing with it for a year or two. It'll pump at some point. I don't know when, but it will. Maybe, hopefully, probably it should, right? Almost all new coins do. Fyro also doing pretty good. Sitting here, looks like it wants to put on some local highs. Cool. Fyro, I would probably, a Wave Magic, I'd expect them to go for these blue bands here. So there's probably more gains to be had in Fyro. I probably wouldn't sell it just yet. Maybe there could be some extra consolidation. Pirate Chain also trying to look cool, trying to be cool. Yeah, they've got some big gains, right? How much are their oscillations right now? Wow, 100%. Jesus. Yeah, they have oscillations on the tune of 100% to 50%. So, I guess it's a bull market. So I don't think Pirate Chain can probably do what they did back in the glory days. You need a crazy, crazy, insane bull market for that to happen. The liquidity just isn't there, but they are getting some spillover. They are getting some spillover from the whole privacy coin. All right. let's go to, all right, so let's, we've looked at privacy coins. Let's go to the crypto market and see what's going on here. Bitcoin had a pretty big spill, actually. Looks like my call for up was kind of right for a little bit and then wrong. So, I was like, hey, the next move looks like up to me. There's a lot of dejection in the streets, and there's not quite blood yet, but the streets are getting rowdy. And if we drop below this purple band, right? So, sorry, the orange band. So right about 91,000. If we drop below there, yeah, that's going to start to look like blood in the streets. Actually, if I'm being totally honest with you guys, this orange band is a really good spot to take along. Like, I know I said that last week. Hey, maybe this is a good spot to get long. This orange band is a good spot to throw some cash on, and really just say, fuck it. Let's, maybe even take some big leverage and see if you can't hit something there. In these kinds of cases, when you take big leverage, the bigger your leverage, the sooner you take your profit. It's really that simple. Yeah, we all have the dream of getting in at the bottom, some macro bottom at 10x leverage, 20x leverage, and then riding the bull market to glory, where you're going to get paid 1,000x of your initial investment, right? So my $500 paid off and got me to being a $500,000. But anyways, yeah, Wave Magic would say that these orange bands are a beautiful, beautiful spots along here. So if you want to get long, you can quote me on it. 91, somewhere between the 92 to 90,000 area is the place that you want to stagger your entries. In a more really explicit kind of Wave Magic sense, I would probably say 92 down to 91. And then, I don't know, set your stops wherever you feel like. The way that these fucking leverage platforms work, guys, my thinking is you set, and I think I said this when Tux was on the show about a month ago, talking about some trades that he'd taken and that his stop losses didn't get triggered because the market fell too fast. There was no orders to fill those stop losses. So you put your stop losses, your stop loss is your liquidation. Like, that's how you have to treat it. That's incorrect advice, traditionally speaking. It is absolutely correct in the way that the fucking crypto markets work. Is it fraudulent? Partially, but there might not be anything you can do about it when these big moves happen. So your stop loss is your liquidation point. That's how you have to trade. So set your liquidation point wherever you want. Just change your sizing, right? That's the thing. You change the size of the amount that you're betting. You don't bet a bunch of shit with tight stops because those stops don't get respected in tail risk events. So you bet smaller amounts, you size down, and then you just you put that liquidation point as your stop loss. I've gone back and forth on this over the years many times, and that's the final answer, guys. Like, I'm not going to change my opinion from that unless something changes with the fabric of the crypto leverage platforms. Okay, but anyways, yeah, Bitcoin is I mean, again, we talked about this, like, this isn't terrible, right? This isn't horrible action. It's not the kind of like really strong bull market that we hoped for. It's not the kind of action that inspires you to believe that we're even going to get to the boundary, right? The boundary, the Bitcoin, the regression boundary sits at $200,000 and $204,000 right now. And so this is not a target. And this is one thing I've probably forgotten to really mention to you guys. These boundaries are not targets, okay? These boundaries are statistical definitions of the maximum expected deviance from the, I don't know, I won't say the average price, but the maximum expected deviance from the trend, okay? These are not targets. We do not have to hit this. There's no reason why we have to hit this red band. It just tells you if we are close to it, that's your opportunity, right? If you're close to the red band, that's your opportunity to DCA out of Bitcoin. And if we're, on the flip side, if we're approaching the green, right, that's your opportunity to DCA into Bitcoin. In fact, if we're below the blue, typically that's DCA territory. So, yeah, they're not targets, but they do inform, they can inform our actions if we can ever get there, right? But currently the way the price is looking, it doesn't look like we're going to get there. They're lowering rates at the moment. The liquidity, they're done with the QT, and then Bitcoin is falling, right? So that shouldn't happen, right? The stock market's rising, so what the fuck? Why is Bitcoin taking its time to do anything here? Well, maybe that's what happens when you make a deal with the devil. On many counts, right? not just BlackRock, but all the things that have been happening in crypto since the beginning, since nearly the beginning, and since Gox at least, right? Since these crazy pump and dumps. Gotta drink some coffee. I'm not talking fast enough, so gotta talk faster. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. We have another super XMR chat. Maybe if I could just call it a super XMR chat, that'll work. I'll just wait till you put that up on the screen. Or if not, that's fine too. We'll just wait until you get it on the screen. And if it does come up on screen, please shout out at me. We really need the ding, right? Once it comes on screen, if there's a ding, you can get me out of whatever train I'm riding, and then we can get to the super XMR chat.
Yeah. Not Kuna. Wow. XMR chat is actually working on that. They're working on like tiers where you can set tier 1 to pop up on screen automatically, or tier 2 to ding, or tier 3 to do whatever you want. Like they're doing like 4 different tiers, and you can set what each tier does.
Yeah, I need a ding, because I'll get into like a zone, and then I just forget to look at the comments. Let's check YouTube.
Yeah,
Maybe there's
a ding will be
comments.
fantastic once they get that implemented.
Agreed. Who is Cubic? LOL. Yeah, fuck if I know, bro. Some, I don't know. I think they're like some gay pride organization. Let's see. Frank also says he was close in mentioning that Bitcoin would fall to 93K. Tons of chatter. Did Mr. M Sailor sell a bunch of BTC yesterday, or is that the rumor? Yeah. Here's one thing that they do to like create impressions. They move money, and I bet you they don't do fucking shit with it. They just move it. They're like, oh, I moved a bunch of coin moved onto the exchange. They're gonna sell now. Like, do we really know that, right? Like, maybe they're not. Maybe they just want to put it into custody because they're afraid of wrench attacks now. Yeah, that's stuff like that, right? Like, these guys have the money and they move it around and they can create impressions. So did Sailor sell? I don't know. I know they've got disclosures and whatnot, but all right. Anyways, yeah, guys, I wouldn't be afraid here. I'm not scared. Maybe it was the top, right? Maybe that fucking October 5th or 6th or whatever that date was, maybe that was the top. I'm not believing it yet. I still have to believe that as long as money is moving into the markets, then there still should be more gains to be had, right? They're printing money, and I see it. Like, I still see the occasional indication from people in my personal life that have never been involved with the crypto, and they're hitting me up like, hey, should I buy? How do I hold my Bitcoin? I actually, as a side note, actually, someone that I knew or someone that I know, from days past, they were like, hey, they're kind of a boomer, right? It's like, well, hey, how do I hold my own crypto? And I said, fuck, because I can't recommend a hardware wallet to a boomer. Like, I'm not gonna have them struggle through that, and they want to put part of their life savings into it. I mean, it's not like, it's not like $1 million or anything, but for them, it's significant. So the only thing that I could think was to tell them to buy a cell phone, buy a factory reset it, and do nothing on that thing except for crypto. And I told them to get a Google Pixel. Obviously, I don't know, maybe I'll help them get graphene installed, maybe not. But that was the only thing I could think, right? It's like, buy a cell phone, don't do anything on this cell phone except for install, I guess, I don't know, Edge Wallet or something, right? Something that has a bunch of the cryptos. Because they have more stuff than what Cake would have, or they want to buy more stuff than just what Cake would have. So yeah, like, that's kind of, that's the only thing I could really think to tell them, because that's the only, like, they're just not gonna have any other way of doing it. So I don't know. We've argued about this for at least a decade now in crypto. Okay, so yeah, Bitcoin is fine for the meantime. Probably, again, I would love to hit this orange band. That's a beautiful fucking spot. Like, you can make a good chunk of money, guys, by just longing that spot. Like, most likely, it's probabilistic, but it's the first time, right? So for the entire year, right, this orange band got set by the move down that happened at the little mini crash earlier this year in April with the Trump tariffs. This orange band is what formed from there, and we have never touched it since. And that's a rare thing. You usually come back and touch these bands. So the very first touch of it should be a strong rebound. Again, if you take big leverage, just get in and out. Look for 2 to 5%, right? Don't get fucking greedy and say, I'm going to ride this thing back to 122 on 10x leverage and then get wiped out because it goes like that, or like that. So anyways, yeah, when you take big leverage, you take your profit quickly and you be happy. You will take profit quickly and be happy. All right, let's see here. What else we got? Let's look at the crypto total market cap, because that's often more instructive. God damn, this chart does not look good either. This chart also looks like it kind of wants to come down here to the, man, that spells bad news for altcoins. All right, so that's another 7% down to get to the orange band. That's just a very similar orange band that got put onto Bitcoin, except for Bitcoin is only about 3% above that orange band, whereas total market cap is like 6%, which means that Bitcoin is probably, hypothetically, right? If that all plays out, then Bitcoin dominance is going to have another move towards the upside. I guess not too much though. Not too much. That would, I guess, yeah, okay, never mind. That wouldn't actually be a big movement. That would just be ordinary movements. Can you tell that I'm sort of trying to wing in this one as we go here? I've been looking at the charts all week, but I haven't put too much thought into exactly what I think the next move is here. Bitcoin dominance is starting to look a little bit like it's going to try and figure out how to stop rising for a little bit. So maybe, guys, maybe next year we can get some alt season. Can I please have some alt season, sir? Jesus, 57% crappy alt season. We need to get back to like 40. All right. That's everything for Bitcoin, for crypto. I guess we can look at the Monero still doing really good on the Z-scores. All of the other crap just looking like crap. Another thing, guys, the fact that Monero is actually pumping, doing quite well, is probably an indication that the bull market is not over, because often they tend to pump Monero counter-cyclically, right? So while there's blood in the streets, Monero will do reasonably good, and then that will reverse at some point. The big boys do have Monero, guys. Like the exchanges, they do have some Monero. They are involved in the market. They are involved in some types of price management here. It's not huge, but they have some ability to do that. And it was the same thing we saw in the entrance to the 2020 Bitcoin pump back to the all-time high. Monero led the way into that bull market. It was doing great, and then everything reversed, right? Bitcoin pumped while Monero went down. So the counter-cyclical thing is a thing that I keep in my mind. So I do wonder if at some point, the Monero chart here will reach perhaps a previous all-time high, maybe that 520 area. That might be a perfect spot to expect for the rest of crypto to now, for the trend to reverse and for Bitcoin to start really shining, and then Monero to maybe pull back, believe it or not, while the rest of crypto is positive. That's just how things happen. I wouldn't say all the time, but it's a very common thing to happen. We need to look at Bitcoin versus gold, because I promised our viewer gold, and Mr. Wonderland. I promised Mr. Wonderland that we would do it, and obviously gold agrees. So, okay, Bitcoin versus gold is actually not doing so hot, right? It's like, doesn't look like the greatest chart ever. Where are we on the 2-day here? Bitcoin has basically failed to put on a new all-time high relative to gold. Like, okay, technically we got about 10% higher back at the end of 2024 when Trump, my crypto president, come online, and he was going to make the things great again. And ever since then, Bitcoin just hasn't been able to do anything. Gold has just been crushing it, right? So at this moment, this doesn't look, this looks pretty terrible. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin fails to actually have a real new bull market, like breaking out of the all-time high and hitting a ratio of 50 or 60, relative to the gold price. It would not surprise me if Bitcoin is only able to maybe get to these blue lines and then does this long consolidation, maybe even comes to actually ends up falling, right? And has to find a boundary here at these orange bands. That's, that's sort of unqualified wave magic analysis, right? You always have to tailor the TA to the nature of the chart. And I just don't have a really good feel for the nature of how this chart tends to behave, because I don't look at it a lot. But man, if you really you could even maybe call this a head and shoulders, right? This looks very potentially like a head and shoulders pattern. So for you head and shouldersers out there, this might be the sign that you're looking for to short the ratio of Bitcoin to gold. I don't even think you can short the Bitcoin to gold ratio. Maybe you could go short Bitcoin and long gold, and that would be effectively similar, but the math on that is not entirely simple. So be careful if you do that. There's no reason this thing has to go straight down. It could find some support, but ultimately, if this is a head and shoulders, right? If that's the head and that's the shoulders, then let's just draw some quick lines here, and then we can make a prediction of where this chart will end up. These are very, very dubiously drawn lines. Yeah, we would be looking at the orange band here if this, in fact, is a head and shoulders, and it probably is. So, yeah, I mean, if you got gold, just hang on to it, right? I have gold and I have crypto and Bitcoin. So, and I haven't flipped between the two. Normally I would have said, hey, the bull market's here. Let's get out of the gold. Let's go into the crypto. And I would, that's the play that you would have made last bull market. I did make last bull market, but it's not the play I'm making here, because the market it's different somehow, right? There's an intuition factor on that. But all right, let's go with macro. And did we get David Schmeik's comment? Schmeik? I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know if it popped up.
We did.
All right, I don't know if it popped up on the if it popped up or not, but I'm just gonna read it because I don't know if we'll get the pop-up. Anyways, David Schmeich tipped 1 Monero. The cabal probably sees Bitcoin as the main threat, so they promote assets similar to Bitcoin but worse, gold and Zcash. You think gold is worse than Bitcoin? That's a weird take to me. I mean, I don't see how they see it as the main threat. If the cabal really sees Bitcoin as the main threat, then why would they have allowed it to be promoted so heavily? Why would they integrate it into the stock market? Why would they? You know, it felt like a fake fight. Like, oh no, not on the stock market. Don't do it. You know, don't put a Bitcoin on the stock market. But I mean, gold, bro. Like, come on. Like, that's 2,000 years of like. You want to talk about stored embodied energy, right? That's embodied energy from stars exploding, from supernova, that cause our gold. And yes, there's a little bit of inflation with it, but I mean, infinity inflation, right? That's not. Listen, no one's mining any gold asteroids anytime soon. Just to do that is trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to actually do something like that. So it's so far outside of, you know, our realm of ability for the meantime that's just not going to happen. You know, and the other thing too is that gold, like Bitcoin, if we lose, like, let's suppose the sun pukes out a super flare onto us, right? An X50, a Carrington event, which happens every couple hundred years, by the way, in the magnetic field this week. So if our grid goes down, if the global electronic stuff goes down, like, gold is going to come back. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, I get it, right? Like, we're all fucked no matter what, but you know, gold is still like, here's the other thing. Let's just look at localized. Let's suppose we lose some regional power grids, right? Like the ERCOT grid goes down for like a month because we had a solar flare, right? Or parts of the United States, different parts of the world, you know, whose grid might be weak or whatever, goes down for some period of weeks to months. You're not going to be using Bitcoin, bro. Like, no one is using that fucking satellite. And besides, Bitcoin can't handle that capacity in the first place. So no one's going to be using that. You're going to be using cash, maybe gold, and hopefully not brass, but maybe brass, right? So yeah, gold, I mean, gold just has its place. Like, to call it worse or better is really a misunderstanding of the trade-offs that you have with money. There is no perfect money. There is no one. There probably never will be. Maybe, right? So, anyways, okay, so we have a couple more now. I don't know if Doug, if you're around, but we have Cyrus the Acceptable. That's an interesting one. All right, Cyrus the Acceptable has tipped 12.345 Monero. Thanks again for all you do. Did you see Andrew Tate promote Monero? Nice of him to do that. Shit, I did not see Andrew Tate promote Monero. He left us a oh, just kidding. Okay, got to read the whole thing. Nice of him to do that. Just kidding. X.com Cobra Tate status. I don't know. He said something. Let's copy this link and let's check out what's going on here. Going here to Cobra Tate X.com. What's going on? Bitcoin holders will go to jail. All right, we're not going to listen to the whole thing. It doesn't look like X wants to load this for me, but yeah, you got Tate probably saying something entertaining there, guys. If nothing else,
he's been talking about alluding to privacy coins. He's just been saying zero knowledge proofs. That's
oh my god, for real? They got. I mean.
But then he put out a video today just hinting too, but he's like, he made it sound like he's talking about a privacy stable coin. He's like, I'm not going to say what it is.
Oh, I see. So him and his developers are going to do it better than Monero has been doing for a decade. Okay.
Yeah, or maybe there's some project that they've glommed onto, some early project. I don't know.
Well, at this point, he knows about Monero, right? At this point, he definitely knows about Monero. And a guy like him, he's got some Monero. Like, there's no doubt about it. That guy has Monero for sure. Maybe not much, but, you know, he's got some. All right, we also have Anton Petrov. He tipped 1 Monero. Actually, most of the gold in the universe came from colliding neutron stars, not supernovae. Interesting. Wow, holy shit. Do neutron stars collide that often? Maybe that's why there's so little gold. Either way, yeah, I mean, gold is still a big deal, obviously. Like, so look at the price action, like gold is still going to be doing pretty good. Do I detect a little bit of, David, do I detect a little bit of jealousy in this gold Bitcoin chart, right? Do I see a little bit of, you know, a little bit of envy here for the fact that gold is doing it and Bitcoin is not? I don't know. Just playing, bro. It's fine. You're fine. I do appreciate like counter opinions. You know, we should listen to them and we should address them and not be ridiculing. So I'm just playing around with you. All right, let's go to the macro. The Dixie is not doing anything too stupendously concerning. It's gonna continue doing some consolidation here. I don't know. It actually looks like it has a bias to where it might want to try and break up a little bit. I would hope they could stave this off, right? We want to see this action for some period of time before that's going to happen. Dollar index is going to spike at some point here, guys. And the chart is slowly, like a slow moving go-kart, is like eventually going to break to the upside. And we're eventually going to have this macro crash, just not yet. Reverse repos on the floor, 0. Oil basically still the same, 60, nothing there. Gold, I want to talk about this because this is one I can brag about, right? I got one wrong on Bitcoin. I said, you know, maybe long Bitcoin slightly. It was, and then it broke down. But gold did exactly what I told you guys it was going to do, right? We're sitting here. It's not just going to break down and, you know, out of nowhere. It's going to come for these blue lines. That's exactly what it did. It came to the top here, and it even poked above the blue line. So that's good. That still indicates strength. Like usually, like a chart that's not strong will stop here at the lower side of the upper standard deviation bands, which, you know, 4130 would have been that price. Instead, gold moved to the upside of those blue bands, and, you know, even higher than that. So this thing could legitimately, if you see it immediately coming back to these blue bands, expect another pump to the upside, right? Expect, contrary to what I was saying earlier, right? Like if you see gold performing with strength here over the next week or so, expect that it's probably going to be pushing its all-time highs before the end of the year. Still probably could take till the end of the year to really get new all-time highs. On the other hand, if this thing comes back to the orange bands here, that's going to indicate a little bit more of a consolidation that needs to happen. But ultimately, gold, everything looks fine. You know, you just don't expect to be getting brand new gains here anytime soon. I don't know if this thing is going to go up or down next week. I wouldn't call stocks. I wouldn't call the markets in no man's land right here, but I would definitely say that it's, you know, it's, the next move is not entirely clear. Could be like some news event, right? Maybe the Trump tariffs, which I don't know what the status on that is. Actually, I need to look that up. Okay, let's see. That's silver.
I can tell you that if I get a $2,000 dividend, I know exactly what's happening to it.
Gold? No, obviously no. Zcash.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously Zcash.
And then you're going to take those profits into Andrew Tate stable privacy coin. It's the only play. Okay, so, or what?
No, I said of course.
Oh, of course, yeah. All right, so let's take a look here at silver. Silver has a very Zcashy feel, actually. That's interesting. It has kind of a Zcash feel in the way that it's moved up here, set, you know, all-time high, dip, coming back up. Man, holy shit. Silver looks like it could potentially be on the verge of actually like a real breakout here. Like silver could be about to smash. It's hard to think it would do that without gold also smashing, but I don't know. Maybe that's just like wishful thinking. Yeah, I won't say anything about that. I don't have any opinion about the silver chart, but in relation to gold, you know, it's doing pretty good. You can see on the very long time frame, there's a lot to overcome here, right? There's a lot of action for silver to have to overcome. It's going to find some support at these orange bands here at the bottom. That's still like silver can still outperform gold. Again, just wave magic. We could still get a 12% overperformance of silver to gold. It can even go further than that. It's just, you know, probably going to take a little bit of time. So I think that this bull market for gold should continue, man. We should continue into next year. So let's look at stocks. Stocks actually, they looked like they were going to recover. So that was actually one thing that I did say last week. Is that look at the stock market. We need to close strong on the stock market, and then we should hope to expect Bitcoin to follow. And the thing is, it's like the stocks came out strong this past week. Stocks started strong. They gapped up, but then they came right back down. So I guess, I mean, I'm not really worried about the stock market still. I still don't know what to think the market is going to think if the Trump tariffs, if the Supremes decide that Trump tariffs were unconstitutional. But yeah, so maybe this is part of the reason why Bitcoin didn't do so great this week, is because, again, you know, stocks started down here, you gapped up, it looked good, and then they just crashed at the end of the week. So, you know, my wager would have been that if stocks had stayed, you know, in this zone, Bitcoin would actually still be doing pretty good. So this is probably liquidity bonding, you know, the markets, the risk markets as a general concept acting in unison. Bitcoin needed the stocks to continue proving that they were going to be doing good. Bitcoin needed stocks to sort of help it out, help it along, get a little bit of a crutch. And they just weren't forthcoming. It's like they giveth and they taketh away. And they got taketh away, man. Fucking 90,000. So that's where we're headed. No, 91,000. NASDAQ, also same thing with the NASDAQ, right? Same story, man. Stocks are really having trouble, like making and keeping this zone, right? We talked about this channel, but this channel is starting to narrow, right? Like this channel is now like this is actually a very classic stock market action. They have you go into these channels right here, like we're looking at, and then they eventually break down, and then they never recover them. So, yeah, we're not at the macro crash just yet, but let's take a look at the rates. Where are my bonds? Here they are. Yeah, I mean, the Fed doesn't meet again until December. I don't know if they're going to lower rates. I guess I don't keep up enough with the macro stuff as much as I should.
They're talking 50-50 for that now. It was up at like 90 something. Now it's down to 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna ultimately, even if they don't do it in December, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it later on. They're gonna lower rates next year. And there was another thing that I felt like it was really important to tell you guys, and I said make a note of it, mental note, and I forgot. Damn it. Got to write these things down. It was definitely like an important thing. Maybe if I remember later, I'll tell you guys. Anyways, yeah, bonds are not cratering, right? Bonds are still stable, so there's no reason to think that like we're really hitting that macro crash yet. Oh, now I remember the unemployment numbers. I want to see the fucking unemployment numbers, but the government shut down, and now they said they're never going to release the unemployment numbers. So we don't know. We don't know what the unemployment looks like for September, October. Are they going to tell us what they look like for November? I don't know. I would rather them just stay shut down and never release the unemployment numbers. That would be wonderful. But unfortunately, they only keep the worst parts of the government open. So, and then they reopen so that they could crush marijuana. Hemp. And the reason that they did this, in case you guys don't understand the way that cartelization and control of markets works, they are taking control of the hemp industry in the United States. This might eventually lead to legalization. But for the meantime, they made a control. They said, hey, your hemp products, right? So non-marijuana type hemp products, they have to be below some ridiculously low amount of THC to the point that none of the hemp industry can survive. Well, something's going to replace that because there's a demand for it. And guess who's going to replace it? Fucking Monsanto or Bayer or whoever bought them. Like they have some genetically modified strain of hemp that has the required threshold THC levels that only their cabal, only the big big pharma, whatever can meet. And then they're going to take over the hemp industry. So that's what's happening. That's why they passed that bill. And yeah, look for it. They're going to control the hemp industry. They're probably trying to figure out how they're going to control the marijuana industry as well. But they still like, they need the marijuana to make the arrests on the traffic stops, right? Like that's the whole thing. Like, it's like the drug war is just an end around so that they can have, alleged probable cause pretext to do whatever searches that they want, right, to violate you in the ways that they want. So yeah, without running off into a big thing about it, but shit's different, guys. Like shit is looking really bad in the United States. Like this isn't normal, and it's never normal. It's never been normal for the past 20 years, but for most of that time, I'm like, yeah, like 2008, and then they reinflated it. I was like, yeah, whatever. They reinflated it, I guess. Fine. So I bought a house, right? Back in the day, I bought a house, right? COVID is where things were like, hey, this shit's really different. Like this has never happened before. And now they're doing shit that is, again, even more different than before. So things are, just know that we're like in territory that things don't look right. And I don't know. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Things aren't right, and they're more not right than they have ever been. It's like the COVID was a thing, and it was more not right than it has ever been, and now like this whole thing that are happening is even worse. So, we have another comment from David Schmeik. And I'm done with the price report here, so like I don't have anything else really for you guys, unless there was something that somebody wanted to see specifically.
Now go ahead and read the super chat. Tony said that he needed between 15 minutes and 20 minutes about 15 minutes ago, so he should be getting on probably within the next 5 minutes at the absolute latest.
Oh shit, so I can rant a little bit? All right, well, we'll read this comment, and then I don't know, maybe we'll search for some price stuff, or maybe we'll rant. I don't know. So David Schmeich tipped one millenary, said, you have to see it from the cabal's point of view. When they start confiscating people's wealth in the totalitarian regimes like the EUSSR, that's a good one, it's going to be much harder to flee the country if your life savings are in gold as opposed to BTC. That's true, but where are we going to flee? There's nowhere left to flee. Like Mexico's a pretty good spot, and Argentina is also looking like reasonably pretty good. But I don't want to be in Argentina. I'm not gonna lie, and I don't trust Milei. And there's not anything going on in Argentina, right? Like, I mean, it's cool. Like, it's, you know, it's a cool part of the world. It's almost kind of like it's the down under of Latin America, right? Like, it's a cool spot, and the people there are pretty cool as well. So yeah, I mean, you're bro, you don't have, like, you're right. Like, you're absolutely right. You can't flee a country. You can't carry your gold on you. They're going to confiscate it. You know, unless you want to hide it up your ass. But by now they could probably like even find it that way. So, but for those that aren't going to flee, like, everything has its use case, right? So like the ability to flee with your crypto, with your seed phrase memorized. Yeah, that's a real thing. At the same time, like, that's not the only use case, right? Fleeing communism isn't the only use case of crypto and the only use case for money, right? People also need stable value, stable money. So, you know, when it comes to gold, I've said this many times before, governments and central banks treat gold as a reserve. And from that, they print money, and they have fractional reserve on top of that. But they all do hold gold, and there's a really good reason for that. And you should have a similar kind of thinking. It's a strategic type of thinking. You want to hold 2 to 10% of your net worth in gold, and physically self-custody gold. And that is your basis of strength. That's your reserve, right? Those are your reserves. You hope to never touch them. You should rarely, if ever, be selling them. You should only really be adding to them, hopefully, right? If things are going good in life. You know, it's kind of like the Sun Tzu point of view. Sun Tzu said, first put yourself beyond the possibility of defeat, and only then go out to seek to defeat your enemy. And so that's what gold is, right? You have different types of monies for different use cases. And if you're going to sit down and you're going to grow your own food and be organic and build a community, you know, because we can't all just be like nomads, like looking for freedom in some other part in Somalia, you know. So you kind of have to like, you have to realize that different types of assets and different monies have different use cases, and gold and Bitcoin have similar overlapping use cases in that self-sovereignty type of use case, but they do have different purposes. They have different histories behind them. They have different like, gold is more private than Bitcoin. It's really as simple as that. Gold is more private than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a transparent ledger. So, you know, like, you can have physically valuable something that you can trade in grid down scenarios, right? In times of difficulty and emergency scenarios, right? This is another reason why we need cash. A cashless society is a extremely weak society, because disasters happen all the time. Hurricanes and earthquakes, tornadoes, grid goes down constantly. You know, and we have radio technology, but in a lot of cases that's still not enough, right? So people need to still be able to transact to pick up the pieces and start moving on. You know, we still need that abstraction of money in emergency scenarios, which is why we need cash and gold backs. So, you know, it's not an either or thing, right? This is not the ring of power. There is no one that's going to win, you know, that's like seeking to vanquish all of the inferior shitcoins, including gold coins, you know, gold shitcoins. But it's important, right? Gold is an important part. It should be an important part of your portfolio. I know, you know, infinity, 21 million divided by infinity and all that, but you know, that's, you just have to like, you can't look at these things from the lens of shit. They're like yes, philosophy, but you know, you don't want to look at it in the lens from like what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a religious kind of mentality, right? You have to look at these things from a very practical standpoint, right? Because I mean, that's what is going to give you the best results in your life, right? So everyone has to draw different lines about where they want to maintain ideological purity, you know, versus practicality in their real life. I try to do that 50-50, I guess. And if I am violating my own ideology, I usually try to say it in real time. I don't know, guys. What do you want? Let's check at the YouTube comments. Maybe someone has something they want to see. Big what? Send your Monero to base super chats, xmarchat.com. Yeah, okay, we don't got anything in the YouTube comments. Someone bought BSV. He just said he sold. Nano Joe said he just bought around $300 of Bitcoin Satoshi's Vision. God damn, bro.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe the chart is primed, ready. Let's
Tony
see.
said another 5 to 10 minutes, about 5 minutes ago, so he should be getting on pretty shortly.
Okay, cool. All right, let's take a look at BSV. Okay. We have a super XMR chat here. Cyrus the Acceptable tipped 11.1 Monero. He says, I believe in gold, silver, copper, etc., plus Monero and other useful crypto. Do you remember when Elon Musk found a bunch of magic money computers at the Treasury that paid bills with US dollars from nothing? Therefore, all digital markets stocked are rigged. Methinks. Bro, 100%. Like, it's so bad that it used to be that they had to do their fraud like within the confines of the scribbles, and they had their armies of lawyers to figure out plausible deniability, you know, and then they had to like bribe some of the politicians and bureaucrats here and there, and you know, they would get away with it. But now it's like the golden age of fraud. Like there's just like the only thing they prosecute apparently is drugs and illegals, but like actual like fraud, they don't give a fuck about it anymore. So they're just like they just go to town, like insider trading. They've even carved out legally, like Congress can insider trade, and apparently Von Bear and Trump can insider trade, and it's no big deal. And it's just like nobody's going to prosecute any of that stuff anymore ever again, apparently, unless maybe like there's some competition.
Yeah, apparently, the last fraudster to get the book thrown at him was Sam Bankman.
Yeah. Oh, and in the traditional world, I guess that would be Bernie Madoff, maybe. Like, who was the last guy that actually went to prison for a fucking decade or more because of the fraud that they were conducting in the markets? I don't think it's anybody. Maybe there's got to be somebody, but like if they're always small fish, like never the big fish, right? Yeah, you know, here's another one for Cyrus the Acceptable. Like another thing that they've done, I'm sure you've heard about, you know, the apes in GameStonk, right? Citadel. So there's this core idea in markets, when markets were somewhat regulated in a way that might be, you know, reasonable. There's this idea that you should not be both the broker and the liquidity provider, because as the liquidity provider, you're effectively kind of trading against the people that you're providing liquidity for. Not exactly. You're trying to get fees, right? You got the maker taker fees, and that's supposed to be your profit mechanism. But the reality is that you're trading against those people in a lot of ways. Now, if you're the broker, the matching engine, the person matching up those two parties, you have privileged information about who's on your platform and when they're on your platform and what kinds of trades they're making, what does the order book look like, and who's got which orders where. Right. So that's highly privileged information that that a market maker, a liquidity provider, could leverage into extraordinary profits. And so Citadel has two separate corporations. So they're not the same entity. Legally, they can't be the same entity. So the same people that own those two separate Citadel corporations, one of them is the broker and one of them is a liquidity provider. But the same entity owns both of them. So it's like that's how they like, you know, they follow the scribbles without actually like truly following them. So just a small example.
Tony is ready whenever we guys are.
Oh, okay, right on. Hey, Tony. Yeah, we'll hand this over to him. We have one more comment here. Gold tipped 0.5 Monero. He says, if we have the time, we could actually pull up a chart of the SPX versus gold. Oh shit, didn't I say I was going to do that? From 1945 until now. I did say I was going to do that, and I forgot. Thank you for keeping me honest. I'm a naturally kind of forgetful person. I have to like keep notes and stuff. Where the hell is that chart? Oh, it's over here. Here we go. Yeah, so the S&P versus gold. We're on the monthly here, so you can see. And thank you for reminding me about that. I'm sorry that I forgot. I'm sorry that you had to tip an extra 0.005 XMR to get me to do this. Okay, yeah, so you can see here that gold overall has been falling relative to the stock market for a very long time. Now, obviously, you can kind of see in 1913, something may have happened around this time frame that caused this, right? A certain Presidente Wilson that fucking decided he was going to sell the country out to the banksters. And yeah, ever since then, since they've been able to print money, what do? They pump the stock market. They pump, you know, so gold loses value relative to the stock market. It looked like it was going to hang on. Had this massive, you know, where Nixon, we're going to protect the markets against the speculators, right? That's the Nixon coming on and severing the gold standard in 1971. Gold had its massive pump, and then they regained control of it. They printed a fuckload of money. And then obviously the internet came along, so yeah, the tech stocks. And then from there, it was just down, 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 down. And finally, as the dot-com busted, did finally gold get a relief rally? But that relief rally only put it back into like some temporary fair, maybe probably ish fair value gold relative to stocks. But, you know, then what did they do after that? They just reinflated the bubble, right? 2008, and then they just printed the money. And this is where we're at, guys. Like, this is where we're at. We are still pretty close to that all-time low, like the all-time low of stocks versus gold. So if the markets break, and I think gold, I think you pointed this out earlier, you know, don't assume that the dollar is that this system is gonna maintain cogency over, you know, over a long period of time. Maybe, right? I don't want to I don't want to underestimate my enemy. Maybe it could maintain cogency for the next 50 years for all we know, or the next 100 years, right? So, you know, with that thing, the Lindy effect and all. But yeah, and even right now, like at best, guys, I would hope gold to make a resurgence to the blue bands right here, right? And if we do, I'm fucking selling my gold into something else, like most of it, at least, you know. Certain portions of it. Again, those reserves, the self-custodied reserves, you don't touch them, you keep them, even if gold goes down. Diversification, non-correlated assets is an important thing for a portfolio to keep it moving up all the time. But yeah, this would be a sell point. I can't tell you guys that I don't think that maybe this chart couldn't even make lower lows. I don't think it can, because I think that all of this negative. So continuing on this thread, kind of open, right? Just open forum thoughts here. Stream of consciousness. It does seem like that this was built on the back of belief in America across the world, right? America is the superpower. America is the shining beacon, you know, of fairness and markets and capitalism and free markets, etc. And most of that has been expended, right? At this point, America is not the shining city on the hill anymore. So it is very possible that gold could be entering a very long-term, a decades long-term reversal in terms of stocks. And maybe it can ultimately get back to something that resembles more of a fair value. That's a possibility. That would have to be driven by the rest of the world. One, growing in economic mass, right? So we're talking China, Russia, India, and the non-Western, I mean, India is kind of Western aligned, but they're also kind of neutral. But a lot of the not totally perfectly Western aligned nations growing in economic mass and valuing gold as an alternative to America's shenanigans, to put it nicely. But at the same time, these countries also very much value their ability to print their own currency. So, you know, that can only take us so far. So anyways, I'll close that out right there. More than enough elaboration. And let's hear what Tony has for us with the news.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, I assume Tony is ready to go. Let me go ahead and
That's what
run
he said.
The news. All right. We'll run the news. Body, stick around if you can.
Yep.
Bada beep, bada boop.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Tony, what's up, man?
Buddy. Hey, how are you guys?
Good, man. Good. Thanks for making it. I didn't realize you had to run home. I appreciate you jumping on.
No, yes, I usually work on Saturdays. Then I drive back. I live pretty close, so then I just drive back home
so you
fast.
go back and forth.
Yeah, it's all good.
How's it going, man?
Good. So I was in Ireland for 1 week, and I've never been, and it was quite an experience driving on the opposite side. And it was kind of scary.
That takes a little getting used to. Just crossing the street takes getting used to. You were driving over there?
Yeah. Have you guys ever driven before on the opposite side?
No, I was younger when I was over there. No, so I have not driven on the opposite side.
So like it's so awkward because you're on the right side, and then you have the shift on using your left hand, and then luckily there was a van in front of me as I was getting out of the car rental place. But then I said, I'm going to follow.
Oh, you were doing stick shift too? You were doing...
No, automatic.
I think you said... Okay. I was like, what? Like, that is...
No.
That's aggressive for a first-timer.
Yeah. But like, I was in Dublin, and then I said, I'm going to follow this guy all the way to London if I have to, until I figure this out, because it's scary. But yeah, very beautiful. I was looking for Monero stickers. It's kind of funny as I was walking by on any polls or anything. And I didn't have any on me to stick, and nor did I see any. There's probably some in Dublin for sure. I think I've seen some pics on Reddit.
Yeah, we need some Dublin representation.
I know. I think Tux would know because I think he said that he has a file with all the XMR stickers.
You travel enough, Tony. Like, you guys travel enough that it might be worth the community just funding you guys, like giving you some promo materials. That way, when you go to these places, as you inevitably will, you can just start sticking Monero stickers all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I used to do before. I stuck, if you ever go to Corfu, I've stuck a couple there. I think in Italy. So just this time I didn't. I gotta go buy some from XMR Bazaar. Yeah. It's good times. Yeah.
All right, man. And I guess we don't need to get into the car thing right now. we'll save that conversation for another day. But I'm hoping we can make that happen on Monday.
We can mention if you want, like, a little bit. So essentially,
all right.
If I can say, so Doug found the car. It's close by, and then if he likes it, then he's gonna pay Monero for the car, which is awesome. And,
let me quickly bring it up. I'll bring it up on XMR Bazaar. Where is it?
Hey, really quick, can we bump Tony's volume just a little bit more?
I just bumped it up. Let me see. Bump it up more.
I saw he moved up a little bit, but it could be good to give him a slight, tiny more boost.
How about now, Tony?
Test. Is it
talk
better?
To us.
Yeah, I think that's good now.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so wait, let me quickly bring this up. Here we are. Okay. Oh wait, I gotta remove your. How do I remove? Tony, can you remove yours? How do I remove yours?
Yep.
Okay. Boom. All right, so on XMR Bazaar, we have the DeLorean that came up for sale. Wow, he's boosting it too. He's trying to sell his old DeLorean. I don't think it's in working condition by any means. But then we also, just this week, this popped up, a 2013 GMC. It's in Hollywood, Florida. I guess, Tony, you know where that is? That's like in the Miami area, right?
Yeah, it's actually a bit higher, so that's actually better.
Okay.
Yeah.
171,000 miles, quite a few miles. But I'm gonna have Tony check it out, and I'm gonna do a pre-purchase inspection. I mean, if it's no glaring issues, I might need to put some additional work in it to keep it running. But I am looking to buy this for XMR Bazaar.
Is it priced
for
directly
Monero on XMR Bazaar? No, it's actually priced in fiat, which is even better right now, because the price went down from over 12 Monero to only 11.7. Oh wow, okay.
There you go.
I'm very excited for this. This is a dream come true moment. And then
sellers on XMR Bazaar. This is what happens if you don't price a Monero.
Exactly.
Doug is going to get your car cheaper
don't give away all the
Monero.
It's true.
Pricing directly in Monero, bro.
But this is good though, because it's also making me want to buy the car even more, right? So there's that, right? So you gotta, there's two sides to every coin, shortwave.
But if you were gonna buy it at 12.3 and now it's 11.7, yes, you're more incentivized.
Well, I'm even more incentivized.
12.3. You were gonna buy it at 12.3.
Yeah, no, I get it. But he did price it in dollars, and so look at unless there's any glaring issues. He sent me pictures. He sent me a picture of the title, a picture of himself with his ID, a picture of the VIN number on the car. So it's looking legit. Obviously, we'll confirm in person, and if things look okay, I'll probably pull the trigger. Should be awesome.
It's so amazing, especially because you buy it from your baby XMR Bazaar, and then you can also pay in Monero. It's just a crazy story.
Yeah, I don't want to. Let's see what anything could happen in the wild west of XMR Bazaar. But if things are what they seem, I will be looking to purchase this car.
Yeah.
So I thought that was exciting.
Yeah, I was looking at the mouse, but actually it looks good. It's a good price. And everything. So
it's a fair valued price.
So
for what it is.
Yep.
And I never had a truck. I never had a big car. I drive around in a Volvo right now, and it's quite old. It does the job. Actually, just put some work into it. But but yeah, it's kind of on its last leg. So yeah, we'll see.
Nice.
All right, Matt, I'll let you take it away with the news.
Yeah, we have some nice stuff to talk about this week. So first of all, just a bit about Bitcoin. Went under 100K. Lots of people are buying, of course. And then Zcash is number 12, which is, I'm not surprised, but yeah, it's been going up in price quite a bit. Monero is number 18, top 18, and then it's been going up as well. Over time, I'm not going to be surprised that that Zcash is going to go up in price because it's starting to be liked by bigger players because it's not fully private, but then it's still like privacy, so you can still appeal to a certain community. So yeah, I think it's going to appreciate in value quite a lot, which is interesting. And then let's go to this post. I just found it now and I thought it was funny. So this is from Documenting Sailor. No girl will ever choose a guy with a six-pack over a guy with 6 Bitcoin. Stop going to the gym and get to work. And hopefully one day it's going to be like that with Monero as well. And I think it's going to be. We'll talk about EU and CBDC, and then we'll go back into Monero and why I think it's going to go up in value quite a lot, because I think people will start to realize how needed it is over time. It just sucks that there need to be, unfortunate events to happen in the world for people to realize how valuable actual freedom is, instead of buying stuff like Zcash and whatever. And I don't mean to attack Zcash, I just, if there's more actual privacy preserving cryptos around, if there's competition, that's great. I don't think we should attack each other. That's not good. Tony, you may want to show YTD increases in price for XMR and Zcash versus Ethereum BTC. I'm not logged in TradingView, unfortunately, on this laptop. But yeah, let's look at YTD just like singularly. So let's go to Zcash. Let's show it a bit. I think Bawdy talked about this too. But yeah, so we're close to all-time high over here. All-time high is around 730, something like that. And then, yeah, it was $475 in the beginning of the month. Actually, no, wait, that's like 3 days ago. Never mind. Wow. So it's gone up in price quite a lot and quite fast. And then it touched 700. Yes, it did. And yeah, soon he's going to go for all-time high. And let's see. Probably it's going to be top 10 before Monero. It's stark in comparison. Yeah. Let's look at Monero. Monero's been going up as well, which is good to see. All-time high is around here, 455. So we're close to all-time high, and hopefully we can break it as well. And then also we were hovering around 380 around a couple days ago. Now it's 429. And yeah, Bitcoin's been... Oh, you guys can see? Oh, wow. Oh, my God. I wasn't even sharing the screen. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Okay, sorry, guys. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm going to log in next time in TradingView so you guys can see it better. Yeah, sorry about that. Instead of CoinMarketCap. But yeah, so all-time high in Zcash, 735 around a couple days ago, 3 days ago. It was sitting at 475, and now it's at 700. It touched 700. Zcash, so now it's top 12. Monero as well, just over quick. It went up in price as well. And then soon enough, we're going to break the highs around 450. It was around 380 a couple days ago, 2 days ago, and now it's at 420. So Monero went up quite a bit as well. And then again, panic and all these things. With Bitcoin, it's under 100K. Oh, no. But of course, the big guys are buying a lot of it, as we can see.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Question for you. What is the all-time high for Monero? Because I've never paid attention.
All-time high? Like around 450 based on... Yeah, let's go back a little bit.
I just wasn't sure because I'm like, I've never actually like paid attention to what the all-time high for Monero actually ever was. I never cared.
Yeah, so it's around like 450. We're very close, just $30 more. Right now it's at 420. That's a great price.
I believe it's 500.
Oh, 500. Okay. Yeah. So very close. Winklevoss release news when Zcash dropped. Yeah, we'll talk about it. So it pumped back again. XMR and Zcash smokes BTC and Ethereum is pathetic. YTD increases. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to. Okay, this over quick. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it's okay to have multiple privacy coins, to have multiple communities, and not just one. So we have multiple. That's nice. But I've seen a couple of posts from people posting on Zcash, and then they get banned on this subreddit. And they don't want to argue. They're like pretty much like what Bitcoiners do. You argue with Bitcoiners, and then they're gonna ban you from the subreddit or other places as well. So yeah, this guy's getting attacked in the subreddit, and then just permaban. I've seen that they talk shit about Monero and certain stuff on the Zcash, but whatever. So yeah, it'll be nice if we all get along, and if instead of wasting time arguing, some people, if we can just work together towards privacy. You can see the ones that talk shit the least, focus the most on what actually matters, which is privacy, not these stupid pointing fingers and whatever. If Zcash has like full-on privacy and it's amazing, blah blah, good for them. We need more privacy around. Then this over quick. This guy's looking for a good PHP and Monero developers. He wants to make a multi-vendor digital marketplace that supports Monero payments, including escrow service and all this stuff. We do have XMR Bazaar, in case you didn't know, and it's very good. And for this person, if you do want to create your own alternative XMR Bazaar, you can post this on XMR Bazaar and then find somebody. And then if you guys ever have any service that you can offer, you want to sell something, you want to offer a service, I don't know, you're a programmer and would like people to hire you for a project, then let XMR Bazaar be your Fiverr or Upwork, and then you can find work like that too. Whatever you want to post, it's amazing. You can buy gems from Italy and cheese and all these things. It's really cool.
Yeah, almost 3,000 listings, almost 3,000 orders have happened as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. It was such a big hole without it before. And everything that you do in this space, like people say sometimes, how do I participate in Monero? What can I do? Anything that you do is gonna matter. And then we're all part of the whole. So anything that you can do to help, it's gonna help. Then this guy's running his first local node. So if you haven't, maybe you want to run your first local node as well and participate as well. Just encouraging. And then, so going back, whenever, it's just so interesting to see whenever there's big news coming and then things are dropping like Bitcoin and the stock market and all these things, they drop directly in areas of interest so that the big guys come in and then they just scoop a lot of it. Like we saw last time Bitcoin went down, this guy shorted the hell out of Bitcoin, like 300 million. I think he made $300 million or something on the way down. And then probably the same person bought back on the bottom. But now as well, somebody just bought $64 million worth of Bitcoin. And for sure, people are buying. So yeah, that's a lot of buying. That's a lot of buying people are doing right now. Then, so the EU has agreed on a uniform block-wide ban on cash transactions over 10,000 euro. And we've been talking about this for a couple of years now, and we'll get more into it in a second. But Heidi posted and said, this is why they hate Monero. They do hate Monero. That's why they don't talk about it. Yeah, so we'll get into the EU stuff in a second. I want to go over this post from Tyler because he's just funny, and the comments are funny too. So yeah, talks about privacy. So privacy is the precondition for many of our freedoms. It's the point at which the government and corporate reach and our individual freedoms and self-sovereignty begin. As our lives have moved online, privacy has become a rare, vanishing commodity. Yep, that's why we founded Cypherpunk, a company dedicated to privacy and self-sovereignty. We will execute on our mission by accumulating, building, and supporting privacy-protecting assets and technologies at a time when the world needs them more than ever. And by the way, And now he goes into Zcash. He doesn't even mention anything about Monero at all. So yeah, 50+ million investment to begin accumulating Zcash at what we believe to be a significant discount to Zcash's true long-term value. So I'm not surprised if we're going to see Zcash go up in price, and then they're going to boast about the price and how good it is and all this stuff. But Cyberpunk currently holds 203,000 plus Zcash purchased at an average price of 245. They made quite a bit of money already, representing 1.25% of the current Zcash supply. They keep, they want to buy some more. Talk about Zcash. Since their launch 9 years ago, they observe its highly symbiotic relationship with Bitcoin. It's a fork of Bitcoin. Zcash is encrypted Bitcoin or digital cash. This is the right time to begin accumulating, and then they feel strong about it, all this stuff, blah, blah. Big Zcash guys. Nothing about Monero. That's how much they care about privacy. Of course, because they want to look good in the face of the big boys, institutions, and all this stuff. And then I thought it was so funny how Ricardo Spagni said, "My guy, you've never even used a privacy tool," and goes and searches what Tyler has been posting, and nothing on Tor, nothing on I2P, nothing on Signal, nothing on Matrix, nothing. Nobody said to fucking roasted in the comments. No one believes you. So, what kind of shady back deal shield did you get from the Z-Trash Corporation? Are you going to hold the funds in T addresses, to appease regulators? Ooh, that's a burn. And then, Erik Voorhees also posted, nothing says Cyberpunk like a duly incorporated SEC-regulated entity trading on KYC brokerages. So I hope you guys enjoyed this story, because I did. It's just crazy. You can tell they don't really care about privacy because they just don't talk about Monero, not even a little bit. But whatever. Now, I guess we'll get into the EU. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. Let's get into EU and the anti-money laundering package. I'm going to read most of this because it's just good. It's from L0la Leads. So lots of fake news, she said, about the EU's anti-money laundering package flooded the timeline this weekend. So here's that breakdown. And so this thing is already not good, but she's just saying that it's not that bad, but it's already quite not good. It's already pretty bad, but yeah. So first, the EU is not requiring an ID for every Bitcoin transaction, as widely misreported. The EU's AMLR only applies to so-called CASPs, or crypto asset service providers, which are defined custodians under the markets in crypto assets regulations, MiCAR, and was adopted 1.5 years ago. This is bad because it effectively requires most custodians, us, to KYC their users, us, which is a major blow to small software firms trying to innovate. Secondly, AMLR requires CASPs to conduct due diligence on any funds that are sent to and from non-custodial wallets below 1,000 euro, and require proof of ownership of the known custodial addresses when payments exceed 1,000 euro. It's also not great because it effectively hinders the use of Bitcoin as money, but it also isn't KYC. Due diligence is defined as a risk-based approach, which CASPs have some room to define, via the use of chain analysis firms. For transactions above 1,000 euro, most CASPs require something called the Satoshi test, where you make a small transaction to CASP to prove that the address belongs to you. All this stuff. And then third, the EU bans cash transactions over 10,000 euro for business transactions. We've been talking about this for the last couple of years, so it's no surprise. But this too is already in effect in most countries, which have bans on cash transactions as low as 1,000, like in France or Spain. Then, let's see. What is new is that the AMLR bans CASPs from offering privacy coins, but some exchanges, Kraken and EU, have already delisted coins like Monero, as the EU considers them to be risk-carrying assets. So there we go. A bit about the EU and about the regulations. And then we have this post from Shanaka. Actually, no, we have 2 more posts about this. So he wrote that cash dies in 847 days, and then basically talks about, if you have any transactions, I guess by 2027, over 10,000 euro, it becomes illegal tender, and every Bitcoin needs government permission. I don't know about that, but every transaction becomes a data point in Brussels surveillance grid. It's not proposed, it's law. So all the 340 million Europeans will wake up in a cage of their own bank account. And then, so this package, it's not just for criminals, it's for everybody, right? And then starting 2027, buying a car in cash becomes a crime. You gotta, if it's over 10,000, you need to use your card. You can use cash. Sending 1,001 euro in Bitcoin without state approval triggers prosecution. Anonymous wallets vanish overnight. The digital euro arrives 2029. So I'm not just so sure about these dates because they do change, but it's coming soon enough. And they spend a lot of money, 1.3 billion euro, building what they call freedom. And we talked about it in the past, but essentially, every time they use the excuse that they want to protect us, they want to, to see where money is going so that it doesn't go to, child trafficking and all these horrible things, which obviously we don't want to happen. But the actual point is just to surveil everybody. And then they're just going to add more and more things over time. It's like communism, and eventually, I'm sure it's going to happen. Maybe it happens in some countries. If you had too much meat for the week, then they can just ban you from, buying more and all these things. And it can happen, and it will happen eventually. So this is quite scary stuff. But yeah, so this stops money laundering. Europe launders 500 billion yearly, they claim. So they're building a panopticon for 340 million people to catch the fraction who commit crimes. So I'm really just curious, once all of these get released, right, and we have all these measures in place and the digital euro and we're all protected and we can see where everything is going, I really want to see these numbers of money laundering and crime and everything drop by a lot, right? Are we going to see that? I don't think so. That's going to be interesting though, because this is the whole point, right? To lower the crime and lower the laundering and all these things. So we'll see once it gets released. But yeah, clown. Roy posted a clown emoji. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see the numbers once these things get released. But it's all excuses. In China, in case you didn't know, which is just crazy, that they can money laundering, lol. Yeah, the digital yuan already programs money to expire, which is nuts. The fact that money, you can set an expiration date on your money. The stuff that you can do is, it's just open to the programmer's imagination. So they can restrict, they can control, and what happens next? Privacy coins migrate to the shadows, black markets replace gray ones, the state gains omniscience, you lose the right to buy bread without permission, which is what happened during communism. You had to have your little card that said where you're from, how much bread in grams are you allowed to have for your family. It's just communism, pretty much. Techno-communism. This isn't about crime, it's about power. 20 trillion euro flows through the Eurozone. Every cent will soon require approval from Frankfurt. Yeah, so all these things. And then 847 days. So I don't know. I mean, it may change the dates, but it's coming soon, unfortunately. But it's like 1984 and on steroids. And it's scary. But that's why. So Zcash, these things will go up in price. But unfortunately, it might take these kind of events for people to realize just how important privacy is and to stop messing around. And if what you use is not fully private, then what are we doing? Like, I want privacy, like in your own house. I want to, close my door and have it closed. I don't want somebody to be able to just open my door whenever, right? You just want privacy. Yeah, so this post is from Shanaka. Then we have one from Logan, pretty much talking about the same stuff, how we will all become suspects and we're all treated as suspects. If you want to buy a car with cash, if it's over 10,000, I guess you're going to be a criminal. And then, with social media, well, you have nothing to hide. Yeah, nothing to hide. People say that, like just regular people. that I talk to as well. Like, I've got nothing to hide, so what? All right, well then why do you have walls in your house? Just put some transparent plastic, whatever, if you don't care about privacy, right? and then to make it worse, I think I have some positive things later, because these things are quite depressing. Or do I? I probably don't. Sorry. Anyway, so WEF 2025 bombshell. God, these WEF conferences, the stuff they talk about, I just can't believe it. And they probably have kids. You know, like, how can you look your kid in the eye after you just said these insane things? But the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez demands the end of online anonymity, calling for every social media account to be linked to an EU digital ID wallet. What? So at the WEF, Sanchez declared, no one can walk the streets with a mask. So why allow people to roam online without revealing their identity? Translation, the EU is preparing to abolish digital privacy, forcing every citizen to attach their name, ID, and biometric data to their online activity. Of course, this is to protect you, by the way, right? This isn't about accountability. It's about total traceability, a digital surveillance grid where every post, purchase, and opinion is monitored. First, they came for free speech. Now they're coming for anonymity itself. And in the past, we had on the show, we talked about how in the UK, I think in the UK, they were catching people posting certain political things on the internet, and they would be caught and jailed. I think maybe in Australia too. I'm not too sure. Why isn't the news presented by the Latina anchor? I'm not sure what you mean. But yeah, so okay, yeah, let's actually listen to this as well. To Mr. Pedro Sanchez.
To anonymity on social media. In our countries, no one can walk the streets with a mask on their face or drive a car without a license plate. No one can send packages without showing an ID or buy a hunting weapon without giving their name. And yet, we are allowing people to roam freely on social networks without linking their profiles to a real identity. This paving the way for misinformation, hate speech, and cyber harassment, because it is facilitating the use of bots, and it is allowing people to act without being held accountable for their actions. Such an anomaly cannot continue. In a democracy, citizens have the right to privacy, not to anonymity or impunity.
What?
Because with those two, social coexistence would be impossible. That is why I believe we must push forward the principle of pseudonymity as the functioning element of social media, and force all these platforms to link every user account to an European digital identity wallet. This way, citizens could use nicknames if they want, but in the case of a crime, public authorities would be able to connect those nicknames to real people and hold them responsible. Because accountability is not an obstacle to freedom of speech. It is an essential complement to it.
Whew. There's a lot of things to unpack. First of all, I can
go fuck yourself.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
It's a rope.
Yeah. First that. Second, he must have kids. Okay. His children probably have friends, and this is the world that you want to build for your children. And the thing is that the actual way to solve all these issues is to just improve the education. Nobody's talking about the education. Like, let's improve the education. There's a lot of issues that we have. People, they spend too much time on social media, and then now we also have AI pumping AIs, just reheated burrito content everywhere, and you need to really be careful. So the schooling system needs to improve a lot. These things are going to actually make a difference. And in the future as well, okay, once Neuralink is going to launch, might as well download everybody's thoughts on a database because, to make sure they don't even think about certain things because we need to be protected, right? So we catch the thoughts of the criminals before they're even formed. But now we got to catch everybody's thoughts. Whew. Okay, that's some 1984 on trend, steroids, whatever you want to, yeah. That's actually quite scary to think. Hopefully we will never talk about that on the news as an actual thing. But don't send your kids to government indoctrination camp. Yeah.
That actually might be coming sooner than you think. And the reason I say that is because I've already heard news articles about like Musk, for example, working on those brain implants. And I've heard that they're actually getting pretty decent. So that might actually be coming sooner than you think to be real.
But even top people in the AI field, like Ben Gortzel, if you guys listen to him, which is just super intelligent. But when he talks about AI in the future and how you will just be able to, if you want to be happy, then you just make the switch on and then it's going to produce more dopamine. And it's just such an artificial way to think about humanity.
It's probably worth mentioning that, as related to this video clip, the place where democracy, fuck democracy, but the place where self-autonomy and the notion of the right of the people to be free of a king, that originated in the United States under people writing pseudonymously or writing anonymously. All of the founders, they would regularly publish these pamphlets overnight. They would write something and then they would have some publisher print it, and no one knew who they were. They were anonymous. So the right to anonymous communication, anonymous publishing is enshrined in the place where the rebirth of freedom happened in the United States. Well, before it was the United States.
Totally. Yeah, totally. I agree. Cyrus the Acceptable. Thank you so much for the tip. Anyone that is serious about privacy and cryptocurrency and promotes everything except Monero is a liar. Yeah, and just has obviously some interests. That too. They want to satisfy certain people. Because if they start talking about Monero, then they're going to have a lot of issues. So that's why they talk about Zcash. So yeah, it's probably going to go up in price, whatever. Bitcoin is probably going to hit 1 million, plus, whatever. But when, shit is going to hit the fan eventually, then we'll see what's going to happen. Now, Haveno, okay, a bit of a breather from all this stuff. Haveno, DEX RetroSwap hit an all-time high of over 21,589 XMR in liquidity. This equates approximately 8.5 million USD. So if you're looking to buy or sell Monero and want to do quickly and securely and privately, where no KYC is required, install Haveno, RetroSwap, and start trading today. So that's cool.
Oh, by the way, another thing with that is they also now have over 100 daily active users.
Nice, cool. That's awesome. Now let's see. Let's go into. So Harvard University has revealed that Bitcoin IBIT is now its largest portfolio holding. So Harvard is buying into IBIT. All right, Harvard buys $442 million worth of Bitcoin, or IBIT. It's quite a lot. In 2018, Harvard said Bitcoin is more likely to hit $100 than 100K. And today they buy $500 million worth of Bitcoin, which is ways to go. But yeah, so hugely important filing this afternoon that will get lots of attention in the asset management space. Harvard University reported owning 6.8 million shares of IBIT valued at $442 million as of September 30th. That's a 257 increase from almost 2 million shares previously reported as of June. Yeah, wow, they bought quite a lot. Today's filing also reported 661K shares of GLD gold ETF valued at $235 million, a 99% increase from 333,000 shares previously reported as of June. Red meat question for readers: what does Harvard see coming? So, and you can see the filing here on the SEC. Somebody posted it actually. There we go. It's kind of hard to see. Sorry. I can zoom in. Oh yeah, it's here. So now they own a lot. They own a lot of IBIT. So not Bitcoin, but IBIT. And I think one more thing, guys, unless you have anything that you want us to cover, you can drop it in the chat, and then I'll take a look and we can discuss it. But this is the last thing. So emails published by the House Oversight Committee reveal that Jeffrey Epstein founded Bitcoin Core development, shedding light on Epstein's connection and influence in the early Bitcoin and cryptocurrency community. I'd like to extend my sincerest apologies to every Bitcoin Core dev who will inevitably be caught up in the absolute reckless decisions Media Lab director Joy Ito made in receiving funding from Epstein for DCI. As you can see right here, little email, correspondence, subject, digital currency initiative. FYI, I used gift funds to underwrite this, which allowed us to move quickly and win this round. Thanks. Oh, that's interesting. I just saw this today also. Yeah, I'm gonna look more into this because I'm not sure what to say. But somebody said, Nick Carter said, this has been known for years, and the MIT DCI Bitcoin Core Bitcoin. Story for dummies that don't know early Bitcoin history. I don't know what to say about this one. I need to do more research, but I thought it was interesting. But yeah, guys, thank you for watching. If you have anything else that you want to talk about, but if not.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, that is an interesting story. I mean, we know that Epstein that's what he was doing, right? He was investing money into certain sectors and things for purposes of trying to influence and control. Right? It seems like he was an operative of Israel, right? So, how deep this goes, how much influence he ended up having, what the actual agenda was with regards to getting involved. Was it like actually for purposes of trying to affect Bitcoin's development? Who knows? But he was definitely trying to affect things over at MIT, right? So to be determined, I guess. I don't know, or never determined. they'll just be allegations and theories, conspiracy theories. Yeah. But yeah,
one time we talked about the connections between what's his name, Jack Dorsey and Bitcoin, and somebody made some serious investigation on that. That was pretty compelling too. Talked about it on the show. I don't know, a lot of theories.
Listen, we know things happened with Bitcoin's development, right? There was the fork, there was the block wars. It seemed like they tried to cap Bitcoin, right? To defang it, and they saw that as one of the means towards doing it, keeping the block size fixed. But enough about that.
Yep.
Tony, man, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Great job. We'll be in touch about the car if you if we can figure that out.
I'm gonna text him today.
Yeah. Awesome, man.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you guys so much, Roy. Everybody, thank you for tuning in all the time. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next week. And like always, if you have any news that you want us to discuss live, you can always drop it in the chat, and we'll open it and talk about it. But have a good weekend, everybody.
Sweet, man. Yes, stick around if you can. If you can't, no worries. I'm going to go ahead and run the viewers on stage. See if anybody wants to jump up. So here we go.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using a privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. Go to xmr.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
He's muted.
Hello.
Tell him he's muted.
Hello.
You're muted,
Douglas.
What's going on, man?
We are all right.
Wow, you are far from home right now, huh?
20 plus hours from home yet.
How is it? How's Alaska?
Great, beautiful. I recommend everyone to come here at least once.
And to visit Alaska, you get the full experience. So, yeah. Tell us more, man. How did this even happen? I had no idea. You were having another visitor.
Long story short, we've been discussing with Jake that I come here for a very long time. I just didn't have any time for it. And as some people may or may not know, I dropped out recently. So I have a bunch of time right now to speak with people, make connections, and we basically...
You should drop a hint about the project. Don't say too much.
We arranged this.
When you say you dropped out of what?
School.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah.
Out of high school, right?
Yes, I didn't think it was feasible enough for me right now to do school at the same time while being there to learn IT, and IT being the only subject that's not taught on a high level, while humane subjects like history are just flushed into our face.
Right. And those you could just learn on your own, right? Just do some reading without being told you need to read. Good for you, man. That's impressive. So you're gonna focus on a Monero related project?
Let's just say that we might have a better server hosting sooner than later.
All right. Okay.
It's a pretty sweet project, and we're hoping to have it ready to go by Monerotopia as far as like announcing, but we'll see.
All right.
Will the product be priced directly in Monero?
No, I'm unfortunately not, but MoneroPay will be available.
All right. Yeah, you don't have to give away more if you don't want to.
Sure.
We could talk about other things.
It's going to fill a hole that is most people don't realize it exists, but it's a hole in the general privacy space. It's much larger than just the Monero problem, although it fixes a lot of problems in Monero that people haven't really realized are the source of the problem. But everybody will get to hear about it at Monerotopia, and we will be there. So,
Amy says, "Oh wow, have fun in Alaska, you guys." If that's the Amy, I think it is.
Thanks.
Jump up on stage. Let me add the link if anybody else wants to jump up on stage here.
Yeah, we'd love new people on stage. Well,
I believe that's
maybe not
Amy
new,
from Pyrochain.
I usually mute it when I'm not talking, though.
If anybody wants to jump up, please do. Please do. So what else is going on, man? What's going on with, can you give us insights into MoneroCon? Is it in fact not happening, or is there still a chance it might happen?
Right now, I'm not really a part of the MoneroCon organizing team. You might have a better chance at asking in a group. For now, what I know is people are working on making it happen, but it's not 100% yet.
Okay. And we'll definitely see you down at Monerotopia?
Yes.
All right.
100%.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. Very excited for that.
As well.
Yeah, man. Whatever else you want to talk about, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I mean, I don't have much to talk about right now.
Okay.
We have a lot to talk about, but not yet.
Yes.
It's not ready yet. Right?
Okay.
But it's gonna be cool, man.
How long are you gonna hang around Alaska?
2 weeks. I leave on the 26th.
Oh wow. Fantastic, man. That is amazing that you made your way all the way over there.
And was it from New York for some reason? It's amazing.
Where'd you transfer?
I had a layover in Amsterdam, which was delayed and caused my Seattle flight to Anchorage to be delayed 6 hours.
Okay, so you had to fly to Amsterdam and then Seattle and then Alaska.
Yeah.
Wow.
Almost every flight here comes from either Toronto or Washington, but pretty much just Washington.
There's no New York direct?
I mean, the problem is there are not enough people coming from New York.
I know. We gotta make. Well, we don't want to make it a thing, right? You don't want that. You definitely.
It's a blessing and a curse, right?
That's why it is the way it is.
It's really beautiful. I recommend you come sometime.
I will. It is high on my bucket list.
I'll tell you what.
Maybe I'll just send my kids there for camp one summer to do Alaska Anon camp, and then I'll show up.
They'll come back speaking Esperanto and writing code and bags full of Alaskan gold. It's a good investment.
Oh, speaking of your kids, you mentioned something earlier, or somebody mentioned something earlier about a Miss Monerotopia, and I was going to nominate Franya.
Aww.
And then Del could be Bawdyanarchist. Remember the pictures of her dressed up as Bawdyanarchist? All right.
Is the fam dressing up this year?
Probably.
You got to put that costume to good use.
I need to come up with something better than a pirate this year.
But you guys will be able to make it this time.
Yeah. Last year it was like passport problems kept them from coming down.
Yes, that sucked.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, so you don't foresee that being a problem this year?
No.
Awesome.
Nothing's gonna stop us from getting there on the last Mexico year. That's for sure.
Fantastic. Yeah, Amir. I've been talking to Amir Taki. He really wants to come, but he just got kicked out of Argentina, and he had issues when he came down last year. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
They really hassled him. He ended up showing up like a day late or something. So hopefully, I don't know. Maybe there's something we could do to, in advance, clear the way for him. I don't know. I don't really know.
He just needs to go earlier. That's why I leave so early, is because I expect to have lots of trouble at borders, and always do.
Well, pretty crazy. They kicked him out of Argentina, though, right? They sent him home.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, isn't he on like every terrorist list?
I don't know what he's on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what list he's on.
Anybody who can give me a run for my money is probably like stirring the wrong pots, you know. So
Amir's pretty hardcore. It wouldn't surprise me if he's on practically every terrorist list.
Yeah, well, I hope not. All right. Anybody want to jump on? ABV, hey everyone. Sorry, I'm shy and not camera ready. Yeah, no worries, no worries. If anybody else wants to jump up, please do, please do.
Just say you don't have to be on camera. You can just be Mike if you want, but I can understand if you don't want to.
Yeah. No pressure. I see Elias is chilling here. I guess just listening in. I don't know. If you have anything to say, now's the time.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't have a huge lot to say this time, perhaps. But I was thinking about one, perhaps a comment on something you talked about a few weeks ago. I think it was Shortwave and Body who were talking about some aspects of. It had to do with different Android variants and stuff like that, and F-Droid, and you. One of you were saying like, but it's not secure, and you're talking about that, and I was sort of missing. I think it's good to think about that. The word security is quite. It's not clear what it means, right? I mean, it can mean anything depending on who you ask. And I was thinking about it in the way that you. One example to think about is that there can be someone who is a slave, right? The slave has a master who is locking this slave up, but the slave is secure there inside the prison, right? Because the master is keeping the slave safe from the dangerous animals outside or whatever. That is one meaning of security, right? And that is kind of what you get with an iPhone or something like that, right? It's people call it secure, but it's not. If that's what you mean by security, then I don't want it. And I think that this plays into the discussion about F-Droid, because what F-Droid gives you is freedom, right? It doesn't. Yeah, it's maybe not so good for security, depending on what you mean by security. But freedom is something that is. I think the word has more meaning than the word security, at least. I think so. I like freedom. That's
and security, it really depends on the person. So for my purposes, F-Droid is secure because I can download the apps and I can PGP verify that the app came from the original author who created it through signatures and things like that. You can verify that with the builds and everything, especially with the reproducible builds. You can verify that the publisher of that app published this exact app and that it has not been tampered with by any third party since it was published. Now, the question becomes, do you trust the app publisher? Because if you don't trust the app publisher, don't use their app, use somebody else's app.
There's another thing too, which is have you ever heard of the concept, Elias, of positive versus negative rights? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, sure.
So for the listening audience, the concept boils down to either you're free to something or you're free from something. So if you're free to, a lot of the time people are talking about like a right to something. So like you have the right to healthcare would be like a positive right. But a lot of the like the Renaissance thinkers were more interested in freedom from or negative rights. So in other words, people didn't have the right to aggress against you, which is the concept of the non-aggression principle. Or people didn't have a right to your stuff or a right to your labor. But you can carry that over in like the security space too, which is we've ended up in a world where so we ended up in a world where people think of security in a completely different way than like I would. I like to think of security in the sense of preserving my freedom. Is my freedom secure? Which doesn't lead to necessarily the ideal security as far as people being able to access data or whatever. Because I look at security as though preserving your negative rights, your right to not be aggressed upon, your right to do as you wish. So some people in the tech space think of, for example, like proprietary software can be, quote, more secure. I look at it as less secure because I can't own it. I can't do what I wish with my own property at that point. So you've lost the freedom to own something. Your property is not secure if you don't own it. So I think that kind of a retooling of the definitions of the words like security in the software space is necessary, because my right to own something is the entire premise of what I'm trying to secure. So if I'm not securing my right to own it, then there's really no security at all, because like that's the fundamental layer. When we talk about security in the liberty sense, you know, your right to own a gun and defend yourself is considered like paramount in most of these freedom-minded communities. Well, if I don't own my software and I have the right to do with it as I please, then all of the other security doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. If you can't just own it once you have it, then it's not secured. So if you're in the military, you're supposed to secure your property and possessions. Like nobody can take away your gun. It's supposed to be yours. Well, subscription software, you can't even secure your right to access that property. So there is no security.
Yeah, I think I share your view on that for sure. And it's like the way I thought about it is that for me, I consider the freedom to be the basis for everything. And then having freedom, it gives me the possibility to achieve perhaps security and privacy and other good things. But if I don't have the freedom, then the other things, they don't even have a meaning. So yeah, and but these, you know, people mean different things with the words, and some confusions come from that, I think. Because this thing that an iPhone is secure, it's really a lot of people think that. I mean, they go around saying it, it's a tricky thing to navigate.
I do. I onboard a lot of people with like graphene phones and onboard people into Monero all the time and stuff like that. And one of the best parts about it is when you see the light glimmering in their eyes when they realize how much more liberty they've gained from that switch, especially people coming from like iPhone to graphene phone. At first, they're like frustrated because, they're relearning the Android platform. They're relearning a bunch of other stuff. They're figuring out how you actually end up with an app on your phone. And then when that switch flips and they realize I can do anything, and like they see that the doors to their cage are open, it's one of the coolest things to observe ever, because now that person is starting to think of all of the possibilities. And people who have optimism for what's possible, they make really big changes in their sphere. And that's definitely like, it's hard to explain, but it's almost like a sense of euphoria because you're struggling with them through like, okay, this is how you do this, or this is how this works, or whatever. And then the switch flips and like the entire nature of the conversation changes. It goes from like, how do I replicate all of the annoying shit that I used to do with my iPhone to, wait, how would I do this? And it's like these novel ideas, or, hey, could somebody build a thing that does that? Like when they realize what's possible, as soon as you take the chains off, the conversation changes drastically, and then it never goes back.
Speaking of onboarding people to Monero, the guy who I bought my Meshtastic solar treetop node from is starting up a state coalition to organize people in the area to do Meshtastic, and they are accepting Monero for donations.
That's awesome. Now, I haven't tried out this Meshtastic thing, but I don't know. Could you give like a 2-minute brief on what it is, like for those of us who don't really know?
Sure. The easiest way to think of it is, what walkie-talkies are, right? Like you go to your local big box store and you pick up those little walkie-talkies that you give to your 5-year-old or 8-year-old or whatever and let them walk off somewhere and use it or whatever, play heroes and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure.
Imagine those, but instead of talking into it, you text.
All right, and so it has a certain range then?
Yes, it has a range, and if anybody else is in that range, they will pick up your message. It's encrypted. They'll pick up your message and rebroadcast it with their transmitter so that your message goes farther than it otherwise would.
All right. This is I'll have to try this thing. I only heard of it like without realizing what it is. It's super cool.
Yep, that's what it is. It's really kind of neat.
It could be an excellent substitute for internet in an emergency situation as long as enough is built on top of the infrastructure. And the thing is a lot of the advantages of the internet might start to slip away if jurisdictionally we switch to a splinternet kind of thing where Russia's doing what China is and the United States is doing the same thing and so on. You'll end up with a splinternet where like the interconnectivity of the internet is becoming more and more minimized. I have a sneaking suspicion they'll never go all the way because they're still going to want their international corporate cartels and stuff to be able to share data, but it might become tricky for the average user to be able to connect to the wider internet. So people are going to start doing things on a more localized networking system. All of a sudden, the advantage of the internet is diminishing against Meshtastic and other mesh network style networks.
Oh, that's really cool. Roughly how expensive is a device for that? in XMR, please?
About 0.2 Monero. There are some that are cheaper, but to get a full out device that you can actually like just start using, I'd say about 0.2 Monero. Did I lose everybody, or
we're still here?
No,
okay,
no.
I just wasn't sure. Okay.
Thanks for answering. That's great. I think I'll have to get one of those.
I'm sitting here trying to. I've been delaying it for too long, but I need to really brush up on the F-Droid, the criticisms that the graphene guys are making. So it looks like one of them is that F-Droid doesn't have downgrade or rollback protection. So like they sign their repo index, but they don't. There's not like a robust means for preventing a downgrade attack where like an attacker would feed an old version of the like they might replay an old version of an app or the repo index in a way that, you know, the signature is still valid, but it's an old version with like some kind of known vulnerability in an app. So apparently that's like one of the things that they need. I'm still kind of like reading this as I'm listening to you guys in the background.
Oh, okay.
It seems that they've been pretty adamant that, so for example, when you download Graphene, you can just go and click a button that says install Sandbox Google Play, right? So that's like native integration. And people have said, well, why won't you natively integrate F-Droid? And I guess they have kind of like a sort of a laundry list of reasons for, well, maybe it's not quite a laundry list, but they have a list of reasons like, well, here's all the things that we consider the threshold of security, right? To use that word loosely, as Alaska pointed out. But yeah, there's apparently like a bunch of stuff that they're like, yeah, these need to be fixed, and it doesn't look like they're even moving in the direction of fixing these. So I don't know. I'm still like, I'm going to continue reading this while I'm listening to you guys.
No, there's another thing about like integrating the sandboxed Google Play in the Graphene App Store. I guess it's an app store. Because a lot of users that want to switch to Graphene would still need the functionality of like the generic market dominating app store. And by having out of the box a way to make that significantly more private and significantly more usable on a Graphene phone without basically torching the entire benefit of having a Graphene phone, I'd say probably 80% of the people that I get a Graphene phone for or get them on a Graphene phone, they end up wanting the sandboxed Google Play. And it doesn't bother me because the thing is it's at least a better option than anything else that exists right now. And as far as I can tell, and I could use a lot more knowledge on this particular topic, but it is a huge upgrade in privacy versus like, you know, just having it with root access to your entire.
Oh God, yes.
And the thing is like, it definitely puts a very firm limit on Google's ability to spy on you and know what you're up to and so on. But it gives you all of the advantages of things that have some kind of like Play Store dependency and stuff, just kind of working without having to figure out a workaround. So I think that they've made the right choice. And I can't think of a single phone that I've ever either shipped or helped somebody get or whatever where I haven't sideloaded F-Droid. But I mean, between what's available on the market and also like trying to explain to them what a repo is and stuff, like it's very, very clunky for a normal person to be able to use effectively. And so what I usually do is I'll help them get it, and then I'll give them in some examples of apps that they would want that they should use F-Droid for. But I've even seen multiple copies of the same app. Like for a while, there was multiple Aurora stores on the same repository, or you know, you'll see all of these, or you know, Cake got a bunch of drama from switching away from F-Droid, but as far as I can tell, all of the reasons for doing so were perfectly sound reasons. And yeah, there doesn't seem to be any work toward fixing some of these problems going on.
I didn't realize Cake had moved away from F-Droid. Like, so you can't download Cake on F-Droid anymore? Or what?
It go back. In fact, I'm pretty sure they did go back. I could be wrong about that. But there was, yeah, they did go back. Blend's just saying now that they're back on. But the thing is like, they stopped using F-Droid for a while for a reason.
Yeah.
And it had, I think it had something to do with how to fetch the app from their repository or something like that. I'd have to double check, but I mean, there's all kinds of threads and stuff you can find on the internet for why, you know, what the logic behind it was. But I just remember at the time being like, all of that shit checks out, and I'm not going to be a hater.
Yeah, when it comes to, so there's a bunch of different like moving parts, right? You've got, first you have to build the app, right? You have to like actually build the binary. So there's a question of who's building the binary, who's the one signing it, who's verifying it, who's verifying the update cadence, and whether or not like what is in the repository is being updated on a regular basis. The way that you do that public key, you know, pinned keys, and like the way that key infrastructure is managed. None of these are trivial questions, right? They're all like have a pretty significant level of complexity in terms of defending against kind of like side, or I don't know, edge case attacks. And so you know, there's only so many hours you have in a day. And I often sort of offload some of that evaluation to people whose job it is, you know, to do that kind of stuff. Like, for example, Cake Wallet, right? Those guys are all pretty smart and they pay a lot of attention to this kind of stuff. So if they're saying, hey, you know, we had questions about F-Droid and we had to remove our app, or that, you know, for a period of time they had removed their app or considered removing it, that tells you like there's something there, right? In addition to the graphene guys. So it would be nice. Maybe, I don't know, do they just need money or something? Like, what is it that F-Droid needs to improve their situation?
You know, on that same topic, Bawdy, and kind of also to touch on what you had said earlier about like not becoming a bull no matter what. It's like there's several people that are developers within Monero that are talking about, I mean, what, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, you know, issues like technical debt on the code. Like, remember that whole conversation or what? And we never want to allow this community to get complacent with less than perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that is also going on in F-Droid, because I mean, what the F-Droid project is a beautiful project, and I'm super glad it exists, but you can definitely see that the progress is slowing to a crawl. And issues that are starting to pile up are not getting addressed rapidly enough. And I've never seen a call to action like, we need help, we need more devs, we need help with this issue or whatever. I mean, maybe it's on their GitHub, I don't know. But a lot of people, they don't engage with, you know, GitHub. You know, and I, as a person who has like a fairly decent understanding of how it works or whatever, I barely ever look at it because I'm not a developer. I don't, you know, I'm not super interested in following the latest news on the development of a specific project or whatever. There has to be a way to aggregate those resources in public, like F-Droid is looking for developers, or F-Droid is looking for funding or whatever. The very fact that you don't know, and you would be kind of like on the bleeding edge of, I use graphene, I kind of know how this stuff works, like I use it every day as my daily driver, and you don't even know what they need to push the project along. At some point, you have to hold the developers of a project accountable for making their needs known and like seeking help from the community to do something about it. And it also is a good warning to people who are in the Monero space, like, hey, our devs right now are pointing out issues with things like technical debt. They're pointing out issues with like the speed at which things are being developed and so on. There's a legitimate concern about things falling through the cracks. And they've gone public about it, and they've reached out for help about it and so on. Like, go ahead.
No, I mean, finish your thought, man.
No, I'm finished. I'll rant forever. You know this, man.
That's true. Let's see. So I'm also reading here. It looks like F-Droid requires some kind of privileged extension that we actually don't see in Sandbox Google Play. So with the way that
I'm not aware of it.
Yeah,
man. They used to have a privilege.
Michael.
What?
Michael just requested coming on. If Doug is around or somebody can bring him up, that'd be cool.
They used to have a privileged extension, and it was for installing apps without having to grant the permission each time, without having to say specifically install. Like you'd click the install button, and then it would download, and then it would ask you to install again. To kill that prompt, they used to have a privileged extension, but since Android 12, when Android added the ability for third-party app stores to do that, they haven't had to have that anymore. I don't know if that's what they're talking about or if there's something else. But yeah, if Doug is around, bring Michael up.
Okay, yeah, maybe they don't. Maybe they did away with that privileged extension. That's a big deal. Like, the ability to just install shit without both of those. I don't know, without gatekeeping that. Like, that's a big deal.
I guess Doug is not around, and I can't do it.
I'll keep trying for you, Michael.
Now, since you there's a lot of talk about Android, I think it's worth pointing out at least that there are other things as well. I don't like Android personally because it's too much tied to Google. Let's say.
I am waiting. I am waiting for the moment when a Linux phone, like Ubuntu Touch or whatever, has proper screen reader support and proper magnification support. I will use it.
All right. So for someone who has not so good eyesight, is your point?
Yeah, graphene honestly is absolutely amazing for people who have visual problems.
Well, that's because of Android itself.
Well, yeah, but like having all of the advantages of using graphene, but then having all of the advantages of Android's visual support stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And Linux, we need Linux phones to get proper accessibility support.
What are the issues with F-Droid? Are they seeking developers, and if so, are they advertising it on like X, Twitter, or whatever? Like,
yeah, Bawdy, could you share the link that you're reading off of in the chat so we can all see what you're reading off of?
Bro, I'm just using fucking AI right now with web search turned on.
Go to nano-gpt.com.
One more time.
Nano GPT. So basically just use GPT. That's what everybody's using, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, with everybody using phones, like for crypto wallets, I mean, yeah, F-Droid and graphene is all pretty relevant. Same with, iPhone versus Android. Android is semi-open, iPhone is not open.
For the record, when I'm reading stuff like nuanced stuff like this, I've got like 2 tabs open. I've got one where I said, hey, give me the lowdown. I turned on, first of all, thinking mode and, paid for it. And then also turned on web search and said, okay, tell me from Graphene OS standpoint, what are the problems here? And then I have another tab where I'm saying, is this true? So there's that. But I'm still going to kind of be like, well, okay, I'm not committed to these being like correct, but it is like a way to jog your memory because I've read through some of this stuff before, but it was like a year or 2 ago. So anyways, just know, like, I'm not like, you don't consider this to be like the final word on any of this, right? You'd have to go look at the specific things, like the actual stuff that Graphene has published.
I always ask it to cite the sources and tell me where on the page I can find that information. And then I like go and confirm that it's actually there and that the context is properly couched.
Yeah, I've got a whole list of sources here that I need to go through. But yeah, I'll probably go through them later. But You know, just kind of like reading, just sort of reading. You know, I put it on verbose mode, so I'm sitting here listening to you guys and sort of slowly reading through this. According to this one is GPT 5.1. They're saying that like the privileged extension has not been removed, but like it's still maintained, but there's still some caveats there. Like mainstream ROMs don't ship it by default, I guess. I don't know. That for many users, they run F-Droid without it, so it kind of feels like it's disappeared. But apparently it's still maintained by F-Droid. I mean, that's
actually, I'm surprised to hear that because I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, caveated of this is a nuanced topic, and this is exactly the kind of thing that I worry that GPT hallucinates about, because it's not, you know, this is like really specific information to a kind of niche thing, and usually GPT is pretty good about that stuff, but not always. So let me see. I'm going to start clicking some of these links and see if I can. F-Droid. Okay, so now I'm on the F-Droid website. Shit, maybe I could just bring, you know, let me just, oh, we don't have Doug here to share, screen share. All right, well, if he shows up, I'll put this on screen. Yeah, so
we should just get like Chloe or somebody to just like add and subtract people and bring up the screen share when necessary, so Doug can just like listen in his kitchen and just know it's handled. You know?
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
Like I mean, I'm sure she'd do it if somebody asked. Like, you know,
right,
she
so there is
like to talk on the show, but like she's always down to like quarterback shit whenever I've asked her to do it. And sometimes I ask her to do like complicated stuff, and she's
how
just,
many co-hosts?
No, you know?
How many co-hosts can StreamYard have? I know.
I could bring up. I don't see the screen, buddy. I'm here right now.
Oh, I hadn't shared it yet. Here.
Yeah, if you want to share it, I'll bring it up. Yep.
1 second.
I see we have Bro Nero too. Here we go.
Bro Nero, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm sharing screen now.
Hi.
All right, so this is just like the first link that came up. So F-Droid privilege.
You guys can hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
I can hear none of you. Let me see.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, you're loud and clear on our side. I don't know if that helps.
So it looks like at first glance, F-Droid privileged extension, it looks like this might be something that you have to manually install. So, but then it says F-Droid requires root privileges to install privileged extension as a system private app. So it looks like, I mean, they still support privileged extension. I don't know if it ships automatically. Maybe it's, you have to add on after.
I think it's system privileged app, not private app, but I don't know if you just misspoke or whatever.
It does not ship by default, and the reason I know that it doesn't ship by default is that Android added that capability so that the extension was no longer needed for what it was being used for.
Okay.
Could you drop that link in the chat? Read it up close.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So they still support it, but you have to actually like, it looks like should have to install specifically their privileged extension app if you want the convenience that it offers.
Michael, you're making echoes. Don't forget to make. Thank you.
All right, let's see what other.
I just wonder how hard it would be for like the F-Droid project and Graphene to just like start working together, you know? Like, why is it so hard for these people to just start working together? I don't know.
I'm surprised they don't, actually. I mean, sort of surprised. Like,
of course, I say that, but I also like sometimes working with people is just a fucking nightmare, you know, especially like nerds tend to be a little standoffish sometimes and tend to like my way or it's not going to work. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I get it. Like
their goals probably overlap a lot, I would assume, fundamentally. It's like, why does Android have the Google Play? It's like it's very intertwined. But is either project really trying to commercial? Like they ask for donations, but other than not really, is either project trying to commercialize what they're doing? I guess Graphene's making a new phone, maybe with hardware.
I was going to say Graphene's planning on making a phone, but
yeah, that's kind of like the big news, because it's going to be interesting to see. As far as I know, nobody has figured out who it is that they're partnering with. And my biggest problem is, even though I've put a lot of trust in that project, like, I mean, they could just be saying that and not actually have a plan at all, you know, like, and if we don't know who the hardware designer is going to be, we can't like confirm with them directly that this is something that they want to do. But also that might be why it hasn't been announced, is because they don't want to like openly commit to it yet or whatever. But big if true, right? Big if true. And I would love to see who the hardware provider is that's willing to stick their neck out to do the right thing here, because I would be buying their shit yesterday, you know?
Same.
How I'll know that they are truly based is if they make emergency alert systems optional. At that point in time, I will be like, shut up and take my money.
That works actually really well, because that's what Fry was buying. He was literally buying the iPhone.
See, I didn't know that. I love that show, but I need to watch like the entire series. It's one of the few shows that I think is legit totally worth watching, like as far as the time commitment for like joy purposes.
Speaking of based Monero people, I saw a listing on XMR Bazaar for a half dozen fertilized chicken eggs.
That's fucking legit.
Yeah, Futurama back in the day. I mean, you know, I used to watch it back in like the aughts, right? The thousands, the 2000s. It was good, definitely. There's like funnier cartoons out there these days, but it's still like, it's classic. So much good stuff comes from it.
I just liked the storytelling though. Like they did a really good job of like building an interesting story. Actually, there's like a whole bunch of like mini documentaries about the genius of, you know, the one where L0la gets stung, and then like I just kind of gave away the ending, but like the bees, you know, where it's like the bee episode and they're trying to get royal jelly from like a bee asteroid or something like that. And even giving away the ending is kind of like, as far as a storytelling like narrative, it's probably one of the greatest stories ever told. It's amazing.
I remember the episode, but only vaguely. I like the one where the worm, they figure out that Slurm, their popular soda, like their fucking Brondo was produced by the ass of this big, disgusting, like, I don't know, worm thing. And Fry's like so addicted, he can't stop drinking it.
If I didn't have these damn arms.
I realized at some point when because I used to watch that with like the Corbett Report and or wait, no, not the Corbett Report, the other guy, not James Corbett, but the Jon Stewart corollary that they brought on. He's kind of a fucking washed out loser now, but the fuck is his name? Stephen Corbett, yeah. So it's kind of back in those times. They had it was basically like half the time it was kind of like social commentary, a little bit of politics in there, but mostly just like social commentary about whatever was going on. They had this good one where it was Jack Johnson versus John Jackson for president. And this one point he gets up and goes, I think it's time that somebody got up and said that I'm against all those things that everybody hates. Like, just exactly how
and then he's like, these guys seem like the same person. It's like, yeah, they're clones of one another. Like, they're literally clones.
I don't think that my opponent's proposal goes too far enough. It was back when we still had some of the old, like, some of the more like folksy, down to earth feeling guys, like George Sr., you know, not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. back in the days when politicians had to have like some kind of modicum of respect, self-respect. Now it's just like a fucking circus.
See, I for one welcome the circus because at least it's more transparent how much bullshit all of this actually is. And like that veneer of like polite society going away is really exposing the underlying nature of politics in general, where it's just like a circus to scam people.
Taylor Swift for president.
You know, politics.
Did you see?
It used to be the case that the Coliseum was a different place than the Senate, but the senators and the politicians have gone into the Coliseum now. Like, politics is the Coliseum now.
Did you see that Chloe wrote something in the chat?
Did we see the what in chat?
Chloe wrote something in the chat. Apparently. I'm not sure which chat though. Is it our chat or like the private chat here, or is it like one of the YouTube chats or the next one?
Yeah, here's what it said.
No, I mean the one.
Hey, I'm way too shy to talk most of the time, but I'd help with admin stuff of letting people in, etc. Share a screen that someone is talking about, anything to help except public speaking unless exigent circumstances. So yeah, like I said, I mean, she's always down to help.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but so Martha Bueno was originally, like, she was at the original Monerotopia, and she was running for city council in Miami. And you know, we kind of had the conversation at the time, you know, the sort of like minarchist versus anarchist, you know, like, why are you voting? Like, stop. And so she's kind of been like trying to work the political process for, you know, the past like 4 years now, 3 or 4 years. And with everything that's happened, she basically came on and said, I'm never voting again. Like, this is ridiculous. And I thought, yeah, that's great. So we gained another one.
Swell.
Yeah.
She was from like the Miami area, right?
Yeah, she was running for city council in Miami.
Okay, I was like, it was a city council or mayor or something like that. So okay.
Yeah, this is good. The more people that are like, nope, this is this is so bad that it's just completely fraudulent now. Like, that's what we need. Like, that's the only thing. People that are willing to disobey. There's 2 ways to change things, to change the system, and only one of them is nonviolent, and it's disobedience. Either you disobey when you can, like you disobey while the opportunity is there, or you have to be violent, right? And so if you want to change anything, then without having to be violent about it, then people have to disobey. But at some point, like, that won't work anymore, because once the power apparatus chokes you too hard, like, you know, so it's like, I hope Americans wake up fast enough to start disobeying en masse before violence becomes their only other recourse. Because
implicit in what you're saying, are you also assuming that change could happen within the system should people, you know, will it to happen? You know, violence, disobedience, or sort of malicious compliance with, or not even malicious compliance, just compliance with the system to change the system. Is that fair to say?
The system would change, but only because it had to, because it's like the people that run the system, these are psychopaths, right? And for the most part, they're psychopaths. And for the most part, they're all part of this club where they've done these weird rituals, because it's the only way for psychopaths to bind each other together to form an agreement where they won't stab each other in the back, because they're all like, you know, it's like mutually assured destruction for all of them, which is why they do all these weird fucking rituals. So these people, if the masses start disobeying them and just say, fuck you, we're not doing this, right? And they start even losing like police forces, which is like slightly kind of happening in some ways, where certain local jurisdictions are saying, hey, no, ICE, you guys are acting illegally and we're going to arrest you if you do certain things. So the point is that those guys will change the laws to suit what the people have said, no, we're not fucking doing that, we're disobeying. Not so much that like disobey and then petition your Congress for a change of the law. Like, no, don't even petition them. Just like do your own thing, disobey, convince your local police forces and security forces to like to agree with you, right? In which case, like some stupid legislatures, they can't do anything about that. So the only thing they can do is pretend like they're on the side of progress and change now, and then they change the law. Like that's how that would happen. At least, you know, from my sort of practical line of thinking.
And if that doesn't work, there is always violence. So
there is, right? And it's like the problem with violence is that equally as many times does it cause more freedom as it causes less freedom. Like most revolutions end up causing tyranny of some form or fashion. It was a rare thing that a revolution actually caused an outbreak of freedom. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it's a pretty big risk. Like once you start doing that.
Well, generally in fights, everybody gets hurt. It's just a matter of who gets hurt worse. It's like, and then nobody wins a fight. It's just who gets hurt the worst. And then
yes, in war, it's about making your enemy lose more. That's the goal. It's not about winning anything. It's them losing
most.
I will say this, Bawdy, there's a pattern that, like, I mean, I can't say that, you know, I've documented or whatever, but I have noticed that the likelihood of a revolution leading to an actual goal is the clarity and the focus being maintained from the beginning all the way to the end. So two just easy, because everybody knows them, historical examples. Like the French Revolution, there wasn't like a clearly defined goal even from the get-go. And like there was a bunch of people who all wanted a bunch of different random whatever. Versus the revolution, like there was kind of a clear goal from the beginning that was maintained all the way to the end. And if anything, it went from we just want less tyranny from the crown to we're just going to step away entirely because we want less tyranny from the crown. But the goal was always less tyranny from the crown. Versus the French Revolution, everybody had their own ideas of what they would like to see come out of it and so on. And I think it kind of parallels, like if you have a business idea and you let scope creep get into it, the business never gets off the ground. But if you have a business idea and you just stay laser focused on what you're trying to accomplish, it almost always is successful if you just keep putting the work in.
Yeah. The other thing too is crowds, as we well know, are kind of stupid. Like obviously they're composed of of the people in the crowds, but there's this really sinister thing lurking in, I guess all of us, it must be, but particularly in those who have low self-awareness and low self-control, low metacognitive processes, and no internal dialogue. There's just like, they just like, you start doing crazy, really weird, bad shit that has nothing to do with justice, freedom, you know, for the cause. And then people just start going buck wild. And it's even worse because it's easy. Like all of this has been mapped out extensively now by the intelligence agencies. And so there is no protest that doesn't happen that they haven't seeded and that they aren't part of both sides at this point so that they can steer the whole thing. Like, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen that, like most of the January 6ers that were being violent were the FBI themselves, that they are the ones that actually probably the ones that did the pipe bombs, that they're the ones that broke the windows, that they're the ones that like started that shit. And of course, I'm sure Kash Patel is like all over it now. I'm sure he's totally investigating himself and themselves. But yeah, I mean, that's the other problem with like, to like think of, first of all, they want to like, they would frame it as America Civil War 2.0 instead of America Revolution 2.0, right? That's the first like framing that they're going to try and push on it. If such a thing were to happen, but then they're going to try and control both sides of it. And since crowds and people tend to be retarded, or at least half of them, you know, it's like, I have significant doubts about how much like any kind of revolution / civil war could actually do there. Right.
There was a question in the XMR chat about the censorship resistance of XMR Bazaar and XMR chat. My answer would be, I mean, basically no. They are hosted like a conventional web page. Now, in a sense, that makes them quite significantly robust to censorship in the like DDoS aspect or whatever. But You also have to think about their purpose. The idea is to facilitate those kinds of transactions, assuming that they are legal and assuming that they are fair. So building up censorship resistance within XMR Bazaar and XMR Chat isn't really the issue that it would be in, for example, like an exchange. Because in exchange, you're trying to... Well, go ahead, Doug.
Well, I would say they're censorship resistant in the sense that all the transactions are peer-to-peer, running through the Monero blockchain, right? So
right, but
in that regard, you can't stop somebody from tipping. In terms of the site XMR Bazaar, there's a website for it, but all the transactions themselves are peer-to-peer and censorship resistant in that respect. Same with XMR Bazaar. I mean, XMR Chat, right? So they're actually both similar in that way.
Yeah, like everywhere that it needs to be, it is. But if you were having an issue with like government takedowns of these websites, I mean, honestly, you have a different set of problems entirely. Like that's not what these tools are actually built for. So,
and at least XMR Chat is open source, I do believe, and on GitHub, so you can you could host it yourself over an Onion service if you wanted to.
Exactly.
Yeah, these are really meant more to just increase the use case of Monero in like a conventional, I guess you could say, almost.
Yeah, but it is different though. I mean, it's another iterate, right? It's definitely way more censorship resistant than like a YouTube super chat, right? So like the chats themselves can't be stopped if some controversial person wants to start using XMR Chat for their streams. There's no authority that could step in and stop them from sending a chat because it's just using the Monero network to do so.
Yeah, so I hope that Mr. XMR Chat that adds some clarity. So my take would basically be, in all of the ways that it needs to be, it is almost exactly what you're looking for as far as censorship resistance. If you needed to go beyond that with XMR Chat, you would probably follow what Shortwave is saying. You would host it differently. And then as far as XMR Bazaar is concerned, it is intended to be the Craigslist of Monero, and it is perfectly designed for that use case. I mean, obviously it's, it just got out of beta, if I'm not mistaken. So there's still work to do to make it what the dream is my understanding, but it does the Craigslist of Monero as intended. And there's only so much censorship resistance needed, because if you had to worry about censoring transactions in like the Craigslist-y way, well, honestly, at that point, the website itself would become useless because now it's gone completely dark market. This is meant to be a clear net, open market. Everything is just legal, regular Craigslist, people doing peer-to-peer transactions. So for its use case, it's ideal as far as censorship resistance goes.
Yeah, like if you need an ounce of marijuana and your country forbids it, that's what the darknet is for. That's what the Tor markets are for. If you need somebody to come rake your yard, that's what XMR Bazaar is for.
And it works great, by the way. I don't know about you guys, but I think we're pretty much tied up. It's funny that the shows where Monero is pumping against other cryptos, everybody on the show is like, whatever. And then the shows where like all hell is breaking loose, it's just like lit and goes for 5 hours,
I did a fresh install of F-Droid while we were talking, and I'm looking at it, and like, one, if I want, you can't even donate to F-Droid like easily through the app. Like I'm like, there's no like about like donate and then crypto donations, and even on like the Monero projects, like they have like a PayPal donation versus like Monero. Although some do, like the one Bitcoin does let you donate Bitcoin on the website, but yeah, if we're gonna,
that is a really good point. I didn't even think of that.
like if I just want to give money to F-Droid developers, like I don't see an easy way to do that. Maybe they're just trying not to come across spammy or something, but like, I don't know, like copy a crypto address and just send them donation money to further open source and all that. Because they even have a Monero miner on F-Droid, which is pretty cool, but it says for an older version of Android.
I think I've tried that before, and at least I couldn't get it to work. That doesn't mean it doesn't, but I couldn't get it to work. But I haven't tried it.
I have trouble donating to the graphene project too. I mean, not anymore, but I remember a while back, like it took me months to get money that I had promised I would give to them. Like because I had this thing where if people were buying graphene phones from Get Graphene OS, I would donate some of the proceeds to graphene, and it was actually kind of a pain in the ass to pay them. I ended up having to do it through like the really gay banking system.
Super gay banking system.
All right, guys. Yeah, we can leave it at that. It's a good note to end on.
We should end every show with the
I am going to go deploy more Meshtastic coverage to further peer-to-peer networking without the internet.
All right, let us know how that works out, Shortwave. Guys, we do these shows every...
Don't forget to plug Monerotopia.
Yeah, I'll plug it again, MoneroTopia.com. Conference is happening February 12th to the 15th. Went down there last week. Everything is well on its way. It's going to be the biggest, best conference we've had yet. So grab your tickets or reach out to me, monerotopia@protonmail.com if you want to participate in any way. I will end it here. We do these shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, everybody who participated, everybody who jumped up at the end. Digilol, thanks for jumping on, be our special guest. Bawdy, obviously, always thank you, man, for doing the price report. Shortwave, thank you, man, for running the show. And yeah, Alaska, obviously, man, thank you, brother. I can't believe how many people have already been to Alaska now. Dude, you're like you are the anchor of the Monero community. You're doing an amazing job, man. Just like, I don't know, keeping everybody going on a social level.
I can't wait to announce this project when we do Monerotopia this year, and which is another reason why everyone should buy their tickets. They'll be at the ground floor to find out about this badass project we've got going on.
We had. I don't want to kind of restart the show here. But we did, my Monero talk last night was quite interesting. I recommend people can go listen to that. But the guy who came on is claiming that he's starting a large investment fund, and Monero will be part of it. And part of what he was claiming was that he'll be issuing grants to the Monero community, not loans, just grants, giving away money to the Monero community for projects that he thinks are worthy. So I thought that was exciting news as well.
Cool. I'll go listen to it.
And yeah, listen, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how legit this guy is. You know, you guys could help me suss him out. I don't know. I had him on the show. Seems very interesting. But you know, kind of a lot of big promises, but maybe he's the real deal. I do not know. Guys, I'm going to end it here. Adios.
God bless you all.
Cheers.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't forget to follow us on X or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.